Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today I will be reading Reddit stories for you to relax, sleep, study to, or just to have it as some background noise. If you enjoy, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And now let's get started. Story 1. I moved into my current apartment building 15 months ago, a modest 3-story walk-up in Portland, Oregon. There are 12 units total, and I'm on the second floor in apartment 2C. The building is old, built in 1923, with all the charm and quirks that come with pre-war construction. Hardwood floors that creak, radiator heat that clanks, walls thin enough to hear your neighbors sneeze. I've gotten to know most of my neighbors over the past year. Everyone except the person in apartment 2D, directly across the hall from me. I've never seen them during the day. Not once. But I know someone lives there because I hear them at night. Every night, starting around 11 p.m., I hear movement in 2D. Footsteps, doors opening and closing, water running, all the normal sounds of someone going about their evening routine. The sounds continue until around 5 in the morning. Then silence. Complete silence until 11 p.m. the next night. For the first few months, I didn't think much of it. Some people work night shifts. I'm a graphic designer who works from home, so my schedule is flexible and I'm often up late myself. But I started noticing other things that didn't add up. The apartment's windows were always covered with blackout curtains. Not unusual for a night shift worker, but these curtains never opened. Not even a crack. I started paying attention, watching 2D's windows from across the street when I'd come home from errands. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Those curtains stayed closed. I never saw anyone enter or exit apartment 2D. I started making a point to check the hallway when I heard movement from their apartment. I'd open my door on some pretext, getting my mail, taking out trash, anything to catch a glimpse of my mysterious neighbor. But every time I looked, the hallway was empty. Their door was always closed. No one coming or going. Mail for apartment 2D accumulated in the lobby mailbox for weeks at a time, then would suddenly all be gone. I never saw anyone collecting it. The name on the mailbox was J. Halloway. No first name, just an initial. I asked the building manager about J. Halloway. She got this strange expression and said the tenant had lived there for a very long time and always paid rent on time. She wouldn't tell me anything else. 3 months ago, things got weirder. I woke up at 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. As I passed my front door, I heard something in the hallway. Footsteps, but strange ones. Too light, almost like someone was walking on their toes. I looked through my peephole and saw a figure standing in front of apartment 2D. The hallway lights were dim, just emergency lighting that kicks on after midnight to save electricity. In that low light, I could barely make out details. The figure was tall, maybe 6 feet, wearing what looked like a long coat or robe. They were completely still, facing their door, but not moving to open it. Just standing there. I watched for at least 5 minutes. The figure never moved. Finally, I couldn't take the tension anymore, and I opened my door. The hallway was empty. No one there. But I'd been watching through the peephole the entire time. No one had walked away. They'd just vanished. I checked the peephole again, thinking maybe I'd imagined the figure. But now there was something new. A piece of paper had been slid under my door while I was opening it. I picked it up. In handwritten script, it said, "Thank you for your concern, but I prefer not to be disturbed. Please respect my privacy. J.H." The note unsettled me more than seeing the figure had. How did they know I'd been watching? How did they slip the note under my door without me seeing them? And why did the handwriting look so old-fashioned, like something from a century ago? I started researching the building's history. I found old property records, previous tenant lists, anything I could dig up about apartment 2D. What I discovered was bizarre. According to the records I could find, someone with the initial J. Halloway had been renting apartment 2D since 1947. 77 years in the same apartment. That was impossible, of course. No one lives in the same apartment for 77 years. And if they had moved in as an adult in 1947, they'd be over 100 years old by now. I figured there must be multiple J. Halloways, maybe a family that kept the same apartment across generations. But then I found a newspaper article from 1952. It was about the building, some kind of feature about post-war housing in Portland. There was a photo of the tenants, all gathered in the front lobby. And there, in the back row, was a figure I recognized. Tall, wearing a long coat, face obscured by shadow, even though everyone else in the photo was clearly visible. The caption listed the residence by apartment number. Apartment 2D was identified as J. Halloway. I found more photos over the years. Building newsletters from the 60s, a newspaper article about rent control in the 70s, a feature about historic buildings in the 90s. In every photo that included building residents, there was the same figure. Always in shadow, always slightly blurred, always identified as J. Halloway from apartment 2D. I became obsessed. I started staying up all night, listening to the sounds from 2D, trying to figure out what my neighbor was doing. The routine never varied. 11 p.m., movement started. I'd hear footsteps walking from what I assumed was the bedroom to the bathroom. Water running for exactly 7 minutes. More footsteps to the kitchen. The sound of cabinets opening and closing. Then silence until around 1 a.m., when I'd hear what sounded like typing. Old-fashioned typing, like on a manual typewriter, clicking away for hours. Around 4 a.m., music would start playing. Classical music, scratchy like it was coming from old vinyl records. It would play for about 45 minutes, then stop. More footsteps, more water running, then complete silence by 5 a.m. I tried knocking on the door of 2D several times. During the day, no answer. During the night, when I could hear someone clearly inside, no answer. I'd knock, call out that I just wanted to introduce myself, and the sounds inside would immediately stop. Complete silence until I went back to my apartment. Then the sounds would resume. The other neighbors didn't seem bothered by any of this. I asked Mrs. Chen in 2A if she'd ever met J. Halloway. She said of course. Very nice person, very quiet. Been here forever. But when I asked what J. Halloway looked like, she couldn't describe them. Just said, oh, normal looking. When I pressed for details, she got confused and changed the subject. I asked the young couple in 2B the same question. Same response. They'd definitely met J. Halloway, nice person, but couldn't provide any actual details about appearance, age, gender, nothing. It was like everyone knew J. Halloway existed, but no one could actually remember encountering them. 2 months ago, I decided to try something different. I stayed up all night, and at exactly 11 p.m. when I heard the first sounds of movement from 2D, I went into the hallway and sat down with my back against my door. Facing apartment 2D, I was going to wait all night if I had to. I was going to see J. Halloway. Hours passed. I heard all the usual sounds from inside 2D. Footsteps, water, typing, music. But the door never opened. Around 3:30 in the morning, I was fighting to stay awake. My eyes were drooping. I blinked, just for a second, and when I opened my eyes, there was someone standing directly in front of me. I scrambled backward, my heart racing. The figure was exactly as I'd seen through the peephole. Tall, wearing a long, dark coat that looked Victorian in style. but I still couldn't make out their face. It wasn't like they were wearing a mask, or that the hallway was too dark. It was like my eyes couldn't focus on where their face should be. Every time I tried to look directly at it, my vision would slide away to their coat, their hands, the wall behind them. The figure didn't move or speak, just stood there, looking down at me. I could feel their gaze, even though I couldn't see their eyes. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, I managed to speak. I said I was sorry for bothering them. I just wanted to meet my neighbor. The figure tilted their head slightly. Then, in a voice that sounded like it was coming from very far away, they said, "I am not your neighbor. Not in the way you understand. I exist adjacent to your time, overlapping but not coinciding. This building is thin. I can be here at night when the boundary is weak. You should not be able to perceive me at all. You are unusual." I asked what they meant. The figure said, "Most people cannot see what exists in adjacent times. Their consciousness is too firmly anchored to their own temporal stream, but you are loosely anchored. You perceive multiple streams simultaneously, even if you do not realize it. That is why you can hear me, sense me, almost see me. You exist partially in my time, even while you exist in yours." I didn't understand. I asked when their time was. The figure said, "I am from 1952. That is when I exist most fully. But I have learned to extend into other years, to persist in this location across multiple decades. This apartment is my anchor. As long as it remains standing, I remain here." I asked if they were a ghost. The figure made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Ghost implies death. I have not died. I have simply learned to exist in a way that transcends single temporal moments. I discovered quite by accident that consciousness is not bound to a single point in time if one knows how to stretch it. The accident that taught me this happened in 1952. I should have died. Instead, I became unstuck." The figure explained that they'd been a writer, living in apartment 2D, working on a novel. One night, there'd been a fire in the building. They'd been trapped in their apartment, had lost consciousness from smoke inhalation. When they woke up, firefighters told them they'd been lucky to survive. But something had changed. They were still in 1952, but they could also perceive other years, could see the building as it existed in 1960, in 1975, in 1990, all simultaneously. Over time, they learned to move their consciousness between these years. They existed most strongly in 1952, but they could extend themselves forward, experiencing the building as it existed in future decades. They couldn't move backward before 1952. That was their anchor point. But forward, they could reach as far as the building's future extended. I asked if anyone else knew about this. The figure said a few people over the years had noticed, had sensed something unusual about apartment 2D. But most people's minds couldn't process what they were perceiving. They'd rationalize it away, convince themselves they'd imagined it, or forget about it entirely. I was the first in decades who'd persisted in trying to understand. The figure asked why I could perceive them when others couldn't. I said I didn't know. They said, "You are like me, though you do not know it yet. You exist in multiple temporal streams. Perhaps you have always been this way, or perhaps something happened to make you this way. But you are not fully anchored to 2024. Part of you exists in other times. That is why you can sense me." I thought about this. I'd always had strange experiences with time. Memories that didn't quite match up with what other people remembered. Déjà vu so strong. It was like I was reliving moments I'd already experienced. Dreams that felt more like memories of things that hadn't happened yet. I'd always dismissed these as quirks of perception. But what if they were something more? The figure said they needed to return to their primary time. The effort of manifesting in 2024 was draining. But they said I could visit them if I wanted. At night, when the boundaries were thinnest, I could focus on their time, on 1952, and I would be able to perceive their apartment as it existed then. Before they vanished, they told me their full name. Jonathan Halloway, writer, born 1921, should have died in 1952, but instead became something else. They said they'd been alone in their temporal displacement for 72 years. If I could learn to navigate time the way they had, perhaps they wouldn't be alone anymore. Then, they were gone. Not walked away, not went through their door. Just gone, like they'd never been there. I went back to my apartment and tried to sleep, but couldn't. The next night, at 11 p.m., I did what Jonathan had suggested. I sat in my apartment, closed my eyes, and focused on 1952. I tried to imagine the building as it existed then, tried to picture Jonathan's apartment before decades of updates and changes. At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, I started to hear different sounds through the wall. Not the sounds I usually heard from 2D, but new sounds. A radio playing big band music. Traffic sounds from outside, but the traffic sounded different. Older cars with different engines. I opened my eyes and looked around my apartment. It looked the same, but slightly different. The paint on the walls was a different color, barely noticeable. The light coming through the windows had a different quality. I got up and opened my door. The hallway looked like it always did, but older. The carpet was a different pattern. The light fixtures were different. And across from me, the door to apartment 2D was open. I walked across the hall and looked inside. Jonathan was there, sitting at a desk, typing on a manual typewriter. The apartment was furnished in a 1950s style. Everything neat and period appropriate. Jonathan looked up and saw me. This time, I could see their face clearly. They looked to be in their early 30s, with dark hair and sharp features. They smiled and said, "Welcome to 1952. You learned quickly." I stepped into the apartment. It felt solid, real, just as real as my 2024 apartment. Jonathan explained that I was still physically in 2024, but my consciousness had shifted to perceive 1952. To anyone in 2024, I would appear to be standing in the hallway, staring at nothing. But to anyone in 1952, I would appear to be visiting Jonathan's apartment. We talked for hours. Jonathan told me about their life before becoming unstuck. About the novel they'd been writing. About the fire. About the decades they'd spent learning to navigate temporal perception. They showed me how to strengthen the perception, how to make the 1952 apartment feel more solid. I've been visiting Jonathan regularly for the past 2 months. At night, when the boundaries are thin, I shift my perception to 1952, and we spend time together. They're teaching me how to navigate other years too. I've briefly perceived 1967, 1983, 99, the building as it existed in different eras, with different tenants, different sounds and smells and feelings. Jonathan says I'm learning faster than they did. They think it's because I'm naturally loosely anchored to my time, while they had to learn through traumatic displacement. Whatever the reason, I can now shift my perception almost at will. I can be in 2024 during the day, living my normal life, and shift to other years at night. The other neighbors still can't perceive any of this. To them, I'm just the guy in 2C who keeps strange hours. They don't know that I'm regularly visiting an apartment that exists in 1952. They don't know that I've been learning to become unstuck from time, to exist in multiple eras simultaneously. Last week, something new happened. I was visiting Jonathan in 1952 when they suggested I try to perceive the future instead of the past. I'd been focusing on past years because that's what felt easiest. But Jonathan said if I was truly loosely anchored, I should be able to perceive forward as well as backward. I tried. I focused on years ahead. On 2030, 2040, beyond. And slowly, the apartment has started to change around me. Jonathan's 1952 furnishings faded, replaced by more modern furniture, then by furnishings I didn't recognize. The apartment went through renovation after renovation. At some point, it stopped being an apartment and became something else. The walls were different. The purpose of the space had changed. I pushed further forward. 2050, 2075, 2100. The building was still standing, but had transformed multiple times. Then, around 2120, something happened. The building was gone. The apartment space existed as open air. I was standing in what used to be apartment 2D, but I was outside, 3 stories up in empty space, looking at a completely different Portland. The city had changed dramatically. Buildings I didn't recognize, technology I couldn't understand. And I was suspended in the air, where apartment 2D had been, perceiving a future where the building no longer existed, but the locations still held some kind of temporal significance. I got scared and pulled back to 1952. Jonathan was watching me with interest. They asked what I'd seen. I described it. They nodded and said they'd perceived the same thing. The building's future ended in the early 2100s. After that, their anchor would be gone. They didn't know what would happen to them when the building was demolished. Would they finally die? Would they dissipate across all the years they'd inhabited? Would they be forced into a single time? They'd been wondering for decades. I asked if we could prevent it, if we could somehow save the building, preserve it into the future. Jonathan said they'd tried, subtly influencing tenants and owners over the years, encouraging preservation efforts. But buildings have lifespans. Eventually, even the best-maintained structure reaches the end of its useful life. Jonathan suggested that maybe that was okay. They'd existed across 72 years, had lived hundreds of different versions of the same days, had experienced more than any single timeline person ever could. Maybe when the building was demolished, they'd finally get to rest. Or maybe they'd learn to anchor to something else, somewhere else. They didn't know, but they were trying to accept it. I'm still processing all of this. I've learned that I'm not fully anchored to 2024, that I can perceive and interact with other years. I've found someone who understands temporal displacement, who can teach me how to navigate it. But I've also learned that this ability comes with costs. The more I shift between years, the less connected I feel to any single time, the less real any particular moment feels. My 2024 life is starting to feel like just one option among many. When I'm at work, I sometimes briefly perceive the same space in different years. When I talk to friends, I sometimes remember conversations we haven't had yet, or that happened in years we never shared. I'm becoming unstuck, like Jonathan, whether I want to be or not. Jonathan says I have a choice. I can stop shifting, re-anchor myself to 2024, and live a normal linear life. The ability would fade, the memories of other years would become dreamlike, and eventually I'd forget this was ever possible. Or I can embrace it, let myself become fully unstuck, and exist across multiple temporal streams like they do. I don't know what I'm going to choose. Part of me wants the stability of a single timeline, the simplicity of existing in one year, making straightforward progress from past to future. But part of me has already fallen in love with the vastness of temporal displacement, the ability to visit 1952 and talk to Jonathan, the possibility of perceiving decades of the building's history, the strange beauty of existing in multiple whens simultaneously. Tonight, I'm going to visit Jonathan again. We're going to try something new. They think that if we both focus together, we might be able to perceive years that neither of us can reach alone. They want to try to see 1920, before they were born, before the building was even finished. And they want to try to see beyond 2120, to find out what happens to the space after the building is demolished. I'll update if we succeed, if I can. But I'm realizing that updates might become difficult. As I become more unstuck, my ability to communicate in linear time might deteriorate. This might be the last time I can write something that makes sense to someone reading it in a single timeline. If you're reading this and you've experienced temporal displacement, if you've perceived other years bleeding through into your present, you're not alone. There are more of us than you might think. We exist in the thin places, the buildings and locations where temporal boundaries are weak. We exist at night, when consciousness loosens its grip on single moments. We exist in the between, the space where all years are simultaneously present. The neighbor across the hall from you might be like Jonathan, anchored to a different year, but extending through time to interact with yours. The person you sometimes see out of the corner of your eye, who vanishes when you look directly, might be someone from another year, briefly becoming visible as temporal streams overlap. Time is not the rigid progression we pretend it is. It's fluid, layered, accessible in ways most people never notice. Some of us notice. Some of us learn to navigate it. And some of us, like Jonathan, like me, become it. Become time itself, existing in all moments of a location simultaneously, unstuck from the tyranny of sequential experience. I hear movement from 2D. It's 11 p.m. Jonathan is starting their nightly routine in 1952. And I'm going to shift my perception and join them. Maybe tonight we'll finally see what's beyond the boundaries we've found. Maybe tonight we'll learn what it really means to be unstuck in time. Or maybe we'll just sit in a 1952 apartment and talk. Two temporally displaced people, finding comfort in each other's company across 72 years of separation. Either way, I'm grateful. Grateful for the thin boundaries. Grateful for the mysterious neighbor. Grateful for the chance to experience time as something more than a straight line from birth to death. The hallway is shifting. I can see both 2024 and 1952 simultaneously now. Jonathan's door is opening in both times. I'm walking across, stepping between years as easily as crossing a hallway. And somewhere, somewhen, I'm finally home. Story 2. I moved into my current apartment building 14 months ago, and I've been documenting something strange that's been happening in the unit directly above mine. I'm posting this because I genuinely don't know if I'm losing my mind or if something seriously weird is going on, and I need outside perspective before I do something drastic. When I first moved in, the apartment above me was empty. The landlord mentioned during my tour that it had been vacant for about 6 months. He seemed oddly relieved that I was taking the unit below it, said something about it being good to have someone living under there again. I didn't think much of it at the time. Just landlord talk. The building is old, built in the 1960s, and it's one of those places with amazing bones, but questionable maintenance. Hardwood floors, high ceilings, big windows. The kind of place that looks great in photos, but has quirks you only discover after moving in. My quirk was the ceiling. Specifically, I could hear everything that happened in the apartment above mine. Every footstep, every dragged chair, every dropped object. The sound insulation was basically non-existent for the first month. This wasn't a problem because nobody lived up there. It was quiet, peaceful even. I got used to the silence above my head. Then someone moved in. I never saw them move in. Didn't hear furniture being brought up the stairs. Didn't see a moving truck. I just started hearing footsteps one day in early November. The footsteps followed a pattern. Every morning at exactly 6:15, I'd hear someone walk from what I assumed was the bedroom to the bathroom. Water would run for about 10 minutes. Then footsteps to the kitchen. I could track their entire morning routine by sound. Coffee maker gurgling, cabinets opening and closing, chair scraping across the floor. At 7:30, footsteps to the door closing, silence until evening. At first, I was just annoyed by how loud everything was. I considered going up to introduce myself and maybe politely mention the noise, but I kept putting it off. I'm not great with confrontation, and they weren't being unreasonably loud. It was just the building's poor insulation. Then things started getting weird. About 2 weeks after the footsteps started, I realized I never saw my upstairs neighbor. I'd passed their door multiple times a day, and I never once encountered them coming or going. Our building has only one staircase, and my apartment is positioned so I can see anyone going up or down. I'm home a lot because I work remotely, so I'm around at all hours, but I never saw anyone who could be living above me. I started paying more attention. I'd hear the door close at 7:30 in the morning, indicating they'd left for work or wherever. But I'd be sitting in my living room with a clear view of the stairs, and nobody would come down. The same thing in reverse at night. I'd hear their door open around 6 in the evening, footsteps walking into the apartment, but I'd never see anyone come up the stairs. I mentioned this to my neighbor across the hall, Mrs. Chen. She's lived in the building for 20 years and knows everything about everyone. I asked her if she'd met the new person in apartment 4B. She got this strange look on her face and said there was no one in 4B. I told her I'd been hearing someone up there every day for weeks. She insisted the apartment was still vacant, said she'd know if someone moved in because she knows everything that happens in this building. I thought maybe she was just mistaken, or her hearing wasn't great. She's in her 70s. So I went to the landlord's office and asked about 4B. The landlord, Mr. Reeves, pulled up his records on the computer and confirmed the apartment was vacant. He showed me the listing, still active, still available for rent. I told him that was impossible because I'd been hearing someone living there. He gave me this look like I was crazy and suggested maybe I was hearing sounds from a different apartment. That noise can travel strangely in old buildings. But I knew what I was hearing. I'd been tracking it for weeks. Same routine, same sounds, same timing every single day. That night, I decided to record it. I set up my phone on the coffee table and let it record for several hours. When I played it back, you could clearly hear footsteps, water running, doors closing, all the sounds of someone living their life in the apartment above mine. I took the recording to Mr. Reeves the next day. He listened to it, and his expression changed. He got very quiet and asked me not to tell anyone else about this. He said he'd look into it and get back to me. That was 3 weeks ago, and he's been avoiding me ever since. Every time I try to talk to him, he's suddenly busy or not in the office. I started doing research on the building, found some old newspaper articles online. Turns out, 10 years ago there was an incident in apartment 4B. A tenant named David Castellano had lived there alone. One day, his coworkers reported him missing when he didn't show up to work for 3 days. Police did a welfare check and found the apartment completely empty. Not just empty of David, but empty of everything. No furniture, no clothes, no personal items. Like no one had ever lived there at all. But here's the weird part. The apartment had been rented to David for 2 years. His rent was paid automatically through his bank account. His coworkers confirmed he lived there, had visited him there. But when police checked with the landlord at the time, the records showed the apartment had been vacant for those entire 2 years. The rent David had been paying was going into some kind of accounting black hole. The money was being paid, but it wasn't being recorded as rental income for that specific unit. David Castellano was never found. The case went cold. The apartment was renovated and rented out again. But according to the articles, every tenant who lived there reported strange occurrences. Sounds of someone else in the apartment. Doors opening and closing on their own. The sense of not being alone. Most tenants broke their leases early. The apartment had been vacant for 6 months before I moved into the building, and apparently it had been vacant multiple times over the years, never staying rented for more than a few months. I became obsessed with figuring this out. I started keeping detailed logs of every sound I heard from upstairs. The routine never varied. 6:15 in the morning, bathroom, kitchen. 7:30, the door closes. 6 in the evening, door opens. Footsteps walking around until about 10:30. Then silence until the next morning. Weekends were slightly different. The sounds started later, around 8 in the morning, and there was more movement throughout the day, like someone was home doing chores or relaxing. One night, around 2 in the morning, I was woken up by a sound I'd never heard before. Loud banging, like furniture being moved around. It went on for about 20 minutes. Heavy dragging sounds, thuds, the scrape of something being pushed across the floor. Then, silence. I immediately checked my building's security camera feed. We have cameras in the hallways, and I have access through an app because I'm on the building's safety committee. I scrolled to 4B's door. Nobody had entered or exited the apartment all day. The hallway had been empty since 6 in the evening when the last person on that floor, the guy in 4A, had gone into his apartment. But I had clearly heard furniture being moved around up there at 2 in the morning. I recorded the security footage and the audio from my apartment, played them side by side. The hallway was silent and empty, while my audio recorded 20 minutes of furniture being dragged around. I decided I needed to see inside that apartment. I went to Mr. Reeves and demanded access. Told him I had recordings, evidence, and if he didn't let me see the apartment, I'd go to the police or the media, or whoever would listen. He was clearly uncomfortable, but eventually agreed. He said he'd take me up there the next day. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed listening to the apartment above me. Everything was quiet until exactly 6:15 in the morning, when the familiar footsteps started. I tracked the invisible person's routine one more time, listening as they moved from bedroom to bathroom to kitchen, and at 7:30, I heard the door close. I waited 15 minutes, then went to meet Mr. Reeves. We went up to 4B together. He unlocked the door, and I don't know what I was expecting, but the apartment was completely empty. Bare walls, bare floors, nothing. No furniture, no personal items, no sign anyone had been living there. The hardwood floors were dusty, and clearly hadn't been walked on in months. Mr. Reeves gave me this look like he'd proven his point, but I walked around anyway. The layout was identical to my apartment below. Bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, living room. I went into the bedroom and stood in the spot where I'd been hearing footsteps every morning at 6:15. The floor didn't creak. I jumped up and down. No sound that would carry to my apartment below. I went to the bathroom, turned on the water. The pipes were so loud I could hear them in the walls, but the sound was different from what I'd been hearing in my apartment. I pulled out my phone and played one of my recordings. The footsteps, the water running, the sounds I'd been documenting for months. Mr. Reeves listened and his face went pale. He said we should leave. I refused. I told him I wanted to stay and wait, see if the sounds happened again. He said absolutely not, and practically pushed me out of the apartment. He locked the door and said if I bothered him about this again, he'd evict me for harassing him. I went back to my apartment and I was angry, frustrated. I knew what I'd been hearing. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't sounds from another apartment. Something was happening in 4B and nobody wanted to acknowledge it. I decided if I couldn't get answers from the landlord, I'd get them another way. I started researching David Castellano, the missing tenant from 10 years ago. Found his social media profiles, still active but not updated since his disappearance. Found articles about the missing person case. Found an interview with his sister, who said David had been acting strange in the weeks before he vanished. He'd told her he felt like he was being watched in his apartment, that he'd hear sounds at night, like someone else was there. He'd even called the landlord multiple times to report someone breaking in, but they'd check and find no signs of forced entry. His sister said David had become paranoid and withdrawn. He'd stopped inviting people over, stopped leaving his apartment except for work. In his last phone call to her, 2 days before he was reported missing, he'd said something that stuck with her. He told her he'd figured it out, that he knew what was happening, but he couldn't explain it over the phone. He said he was going to fix it, and he'd tell her everything when he saw her next weekend. He never made it to that weekend. I found more information about previous tenants of 4B, tracked down a few of them through social media, and sent messages asking about their experiences. 2 of them responded. Both told similar stories. Sounds of someone else in the apartment when they were alone. A constant feeling of being watched. Objects moving when they weren't looking. One woman said she'd wake up in the middle of the night to find all her kitchen cabinets open, even though she'd closed them before bed. Another tenant said he'd come home from work to find furniture rearranged, but building security showed no one had entered his apartment all day. Everyone who'd lived in 4B had broken their lease early. Everyone had left disturbed and confused, and everyone had been told by the landlord that they were imagining things, that old buildings make strange noises, that they were probably just stressed or not sleeping well. I started to wonder if the apartment itself was the problem, if there was something about that physical space that caused these experiences. I researched the building's history, found out it was built in 1962 on the site of an old boarding house that had burned down in 1960. 2 people died in that fire. I couldn't find their names, but the articles mentioned they were residents of the boarding house who'd been trapped on the upper floor. I measured my apartment and compared it to the building's floor plan. Apartment 4B would have been directly where the upper floor of the boarding house stood, the location where 2 people died. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff, or at least I wasn't before all this. But I was running out of rational explanations. Last week, something happened that pushed me over the edge. I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I heard footsteps above me. This was around midnight, outside the normal routine I'd been tracking. The footsteps walked from the bedroom to my bedroom, directly above where I was lying. Then they stopped. I could feel someone standing there, directly above me, separated only by the ceiling. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. Just presence. A weight. The feeling of being watched. Then slowly, the footsteps walked back to the bedroom. I heard what sounded like someone lying down on a bed, the creak of springs, even though I knew there was no bed up there. The apartment was empty. I grabbed my phone and checked the security footage. The hallway outside 4B was empty. Nobody had entered the apartment. I was hearing sounds from an empty apartment, sounds of someone living a routine in a space that had no occupant. The next morning, I heard the usual 6:15 footsteps. I got dressed quickly and went out into the hallway, positioning myself where I could see the door to 4B. At 7:30, I heard the door close from inside the apartment. I watched the door. It didn't move. The handle didn't turn. But I heard it clearly. The sound of a door closing, the click of the latch. I tried the handle. Locked. I knocked. No answer. I knocked harder, called out, asked if anyone was there. Nothing. But I could feel it. Someone on the other side of the door. Someone standing just on the other side, listening to me knock. Choosing not to answer. I went back to my apartment and I started packing. I've decided I'm breaking my lease. I don't care about losing my deposit or the penalty fees. I can't stay here anymore. Whatever is happening in apartment 4B, whether it's supernatural or something I can't understand, I don't want to be part of it anymore. But here's what's really bothering me. I've been hearing these sounds for months. The routine of someone living their life above me. What if it's David Castellano? What if he never left? What if he's been there this whole time, trapped somehow, living out his routine day after day, in an apartment that exists in some other layer of reality? Or what if it's the people who died in the fire in 1960, still living out their lives in the boarding house that used to stand here? What if my apartment building is occupying the same space as something else, and sometimes those spaces overlap? I don't know. I don't have answers. All I have are recordings of sounds that shouldn't exist, security footage of empty hallways, and months of documented evidence that someone is living in an apartment that's supposed to be vacant. I'm leaving in 3 days. I've found a new place across town. I'm not telling Mr. Reeves why I'm breaking my lease. I'm just leaving. Part of me feels guilty, like I'm abandoning David Castellano, or whoever is up there, like I should do more to help or understand. But I'm scared. I'm scared of what I might find out. I'm scared of what might happen if I push too hard. I'm scared that one night I'll hear those footsteps, and they won't stay above me. They'll come down the stairs. They'll stop at my door. So, I'm documenting all of this and posting it online because I need people to know. If something happens to me, if I disappear like David Castellano did, I want there to be a record. I want people to know about apartment 4B and whatever is happening there. To anyone reading this who lives in old buildings and hears strange sounds, pay attention. Document it. Don't let people tell you you're imagining things. Trust your instincts. And if you're apartment hunting and you find a great place that's been vacant for an unusually long time, ask why. There might be a reason nobody wants to stay. I'll update after I move if anything else happens. If I hear from David Castellano's sister, or if I find any more information about the boarding house fire. For now, I'm just counting down the days until I can leave. 72 more hours of hearing footsteps above me from someone who isn't there. 72 more hours in this building where the impossible happens every single day, and nobody wants to acknowledge it. The worst part is, I've gotten used to the routine. The 6:15 footsteps, the morning sounds, the evening return. It's become a strange kind of company. The invisible neighbor who keeps to their schedule, who never bothers me directly, who just exists in the space above my head. In a weird way, I'll miss it, but not enough to stay. 3 more days, and I'm gone. Whatever is in apartment 4B can find a new audience. Someone else can lie awake at night and wonder what they're hearing. Someone else can track the routine and try to make sense of the impossible. It won't be me anymore. I'm done with 4B. Story 3. I moved into my house in suburban Ohio 3 years ago. Nice, quiet neighborhood, families with kids, well-maintained lawns. The whole American dream thing. My neighbor to the left is a retired couple who grow tomatoes. My neighbor to the right is named Douglas, and he's been ruining my life for 2 years. Douglas is in his mid-40s, works from home doing something with computers, lives alone. Seemed normal enough when I first met him. We did the polite neighbor wave, had a brief conversation about lawn care, that was it. For the first year, everything was fine. Then the deliveries started. At first it was just occasional packages, nothing weird. But then it became daily. Multiple deliveries every single day. UPS, FedEx, Amazon, random freight companies, big boxes, small boxes, giant crates that required 2 people to move. The delivery drivers started parking in front of my house because Douglas's driveway was always full of packages waiting to be brought inside. I figured maybe he had some kind of online business. People do that. But the packages never left. There was no outgoing shipping, just endless incoming deliveries that Douglas would drag into his backyard. Then the construction started. Hammering, sawing, drilling, all day long. Every single day. Weekends, weekdays. Didn't matter. From sunrise to sunset. Constant construction noises from Douglas's backyard. I couldn't see what he was building because he'd put up a tall privacy fence. Not a normal fence. A solid 10-foot wooden barrier that blocked all view of his backyard. The fence went up in about a week, and after that I could only hear what was happening back there. The noises were strange. Yes, normal construction sounds, but also metal grinding, what sounded like welding, heavy machinery moving, and occasionally these weird humming or buzzing sounds I couldn't identify. Sometimes at night I'd hear him working back there with spotlights on. I tried asking him about it casually. "Hey, Douglas, working on a project?" He'd just smile and say yes. Home improvement. What kind of home improvement? "Just some personal work," he'd say. Then change the subject. The other neighbors noticed too. Janet from across the street asked if I knew what Douglas was building. Steve, 2 houses down, complained about the noise at a neighborhood association meeting. Everyone was curious, but Douglas wouldn't tell anyone anything. After 6 months of this, I was getting seriously annoyed. The noise was constant. My home office shares a wall with his property, and I could barely take work calls because of the hammering and grinding. I filed a noise complaint with the city. An inspector came out and talked to Douglas. Apparently everything was permitted and legal. Whatever he was building, he'd gotten proper permits from the city. The inspector said it was classified as a personal recreation structure. When I asked what that meant, he shrugged and said Douglas had the right to build on his own property, as long as it met code. After a year, the deliveries slowed down, but the construction continued. Now it was more detail work. Still noisy, but different sounds. Painting, finishing, installation of what sounded like mechanical components. I became obsessed with figuring out what was back there. I tried looking from my second-floor window, but the fence was too tall, and there were trees blocking the view. I considered using a drone, but that felt like an invasion of privacy, and probably illegal. Other neighbors were getting creative too. Steve tried asking the delivery drivers what they were delivering. They didn't know, just boxes with labels. Janet tried befriending Douglas to get information. He was polite, but revealed nothing. The neighborhood kids started making up stories. They said Douglas was building a spaceship, a time machine, a secret laboratory, a portal to another dimension. The theories got more elaborate over time. I started keeping a log of the noises because I was losing my mind. I needed to make sense of it. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., consistent construction work. Weekends, sporadic but intensive work sessions. Certain sounds repeated on specific days. Welding on Tuesdays. Heavy machinery on Thursdays. That weird humming sound every night around 9 p.m. My wife thought I was becoming unhinged. She said I needed to let it go. Douglas wasn't hurting anyone, but it was driving me crazy. What could possibly take 2 years to build in a suburban backyard? What required that many deliveries? What made that humming sound? Around the 18-month mark, something changed. The construction sound stopped. Completely. For 3 weeks, there was total silence from Douglas's yard. I thought maybe he'd finished. I waited for the big reveal. Nothing happened. Then the humming started. Every evening around 9 p.m., that same strange humming sound, but now it was constant. It would run for exactly 3 hours, 9 p.m. to midnight, every single night. It wasn't loud enough to violate noise ordinances, but it was audible. A low, steady hum with occasional fluctuations in pitch. I confronted Douglas directly. I went to his door and knocked. When he answered, I asked him straight out, "What are you building in your backyard?" He looked at me for a long moment, and then said I'd find out soon. That it was almost ready. That I'd understand when the time came. "What kind of answer is that?" I asked, When the time for what? He just smiled and closed the door. I went home and told my wife I thought our neighbor might be building something dangerous or illegal. She said I was being paranoid. But was I? 2 years of mysterious construction, thousands of dollars in deliveries, weird humming sounds, complete secrecy. Something was off. I reached out to the city inspector again. I said I was concerned about safety. He came back out, did another inspection, and reported that everything was still up to code and permitted. Whatever Douglas built, it was legal. That night I lay in bed listening to the humming and tried to think rationally. What could it be? Not a pool. Wrong sounds. Not a shed or garage, too complex. Not a workshop. Workshops don't hum like that. Maybe some kind of elaborate home theater. But why the secrecy? Then 2 months ago, everything changed. Douglas knocked on my door. He was holding an envelope. He said he wanted to apologize for all the noise and inconvenience. He handed me the envelope and said it contained an invitation. An invitation to what? To see what I built, he said. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Bring your wife. He'd invited the whole neighborhood. Everyone within 3 houses got the same invitation, fancy printed cards inviting us to the grand unveiling at Douglas's house. The next day, the entire neighborhood was buzzing with speculation. Finally, we'd find out what this lunatic had been building for 2 years. I was excited and nervous, and still half convinced it was going to be something insane. 7 p.m. came, and about 30 neighbors gathered in Douglas's front yard. He came out wearing a suit, looking nervous but happy. He thanked everyone for their patience. He said what he'd built was a lifelong dream, and he wanted to share it with the people around him. Then he led us around to his backyard. He opened the gate in the privacy fence, and we all filed through. I did not expect what I saw. Douglas had built a full-scale medieval castle in his backyard. Not a playhouse. Not a shed made to look like a castle. An actual, honest-to-God castle with stone walls, towers, battlements, a working drawbridge, and a moat. A real moat, with water and everything. The castle took up his entire backyard. It was maybe 30 feet tall at the highest tower. The walls were made of real stone. Thousands of individual pieces fitted together. The towers had narrow windows with actual glass. The drawbridge was functional, operated by chains and pulleys. There was a portcullis. There were torches burning in sconces on the walls. We all just stood there in shock. Douglas was grinning. He started giving us a tour. The castle had multiple rooms inside. A great hall with a long wooden table and chandeliers. A kitchen with a working fireplace and period-appropriate cooking equipment. A bedroom in one of the towers with medieval furniture. An armory with replica weapons and armor. A library with old books. A dungeon in the basement with actual cells. Everything was historically accurate, or as close as possible. Douglas explained that he'd spent years researching medieval architecture. He'd learned stonemasonry, carpentry, metal working, all the skills needed to build this himself. The deliveries were materials: stone, wood, metal, tools, books, decorations. The construction sounds were him actually building a castle by hand. The humming sound? A water circulation system for the moat. He'd installed pumps to keep the water fresh and prevent mosquitoes. It took him 2 years of working 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. He'd spent his entire life savings plus a loan. He'd gotten permits for a personal recreation structure, because technically that's what it was. The city inspector had been coming regularly to ensure it met safety codes. Why build a castle? Douglas explained that he'd been obsessed with medieval history since he was a kid. He'd always dreamed of living in a castle. When he started working from home and had the time and money, he decided to just do it. Build his dream. He didn't tell anyone because he knew people would think he was crazy. We walked through the entire castle. It was incredibly detailed. The stonework was professional quality. The wood beams were hand-carved. The metalwork was forge-welded. Douglas had taught himself everything and built it all alone. The Great Hall had a massive fireplace that actually worked. The kitchen had a stone oven and a well that Douglas had dug to provide actual well water. The towers had spiral staircases. The battlements had crenellations you could actually stand behind. The drawbridge raised and lowered smoothly. The moat was stocked with koi fish. Everyone was blown away. All the annoyance about the noise evaporated. This was incredible. This was insane. This was the most impressive thing any of us had ever seen someone build in their backyard. Douglas said he wanted to use it to host medieval-themed events, dinners, parties, educational programs for kids. He wanted the neighborhood to enjoy it, since they'd endured the construction. Within a week, Douglas became a local celebrity. The local news did a story on the backyard castle. It went viral online. People were driving by to take pictures. Douglas started giving tours on weekends. He's hosted 3 medieval feasts so far. Full costume dinners with period-appropriate food and entertainment. He hired people to perform medieval music and put on sword-fighting demonstrations. It's become this amazing community thing. My kids absolutely love it. They go over there constantly, and Douglas teaches them about history and lets them dress up in the armor. He's started a medieval club that meets every week. Kids from the whole neighborhood come to learn about castles and knights and medieval life. The property value argument is interesting. Some neighbors worried it would bring down values. Actually, the opposite happened. Our neighborhood is now known as the place with the backyard castle. Houses are selling faster and for more money. Real estate agents use it as a selling point. Douglas quit his computer job and now makes money giving tours and hosting events. He charges for private parties and weddings. Turns out a lot of people want to have their wedding at a real castle and don't want to fly to Europe. He's booked solid for the next year. I helped him set up social media accounts and a website. The castle has an Instagram with 100,000 followers. People come from other states to visit. Douglas has turned his insane project into a legitimate business. Last month, he started construction on Phase 2. He's building a village outside the castle, a blacksmith shop, a stable, a tavern. All historically accurate. All built by hand. He's learned from the first time and is being more communicative with neighbors about noise and timeline. Looking back, I feel bad about how annoyed I was. Yes, 2 years of construction noise was frustrating, but Douglas was building something genuinely amazing. Something that brings joy to people. Something that turned our boring suburban neighborhood into a unique place. I asked him once if it was worth it. Spending 2 years and his entire savings to build a castle in Ohio. He said absolutely. He gets to live his dream every day. He wakes up in a castle. He works in a castle. He shares his passion with others. What could be better than that? The weird humming still happens every night, but now I know it's just the moat pump. And honestly, it's kind of soothing. Like white noise. I've gotten used to it. My wife and I had our anniversary party at the castle last month. Douglas let us use the Great Hall for free, as a thank you for being patient neighbors. We had 30 people, medieval costumes, a whole roasted pig. It was magical. So yeah, my neighbor built a castle in his backyard, and I thought he was crazy. But actually, he's living his best life, and accidentally made our whole neighborhood better in the process. The kids still make up stories about Douglas, but now they're positive ones. They say he's a wizard who built a magical castle. They say the castle can travel through time. They say Douglas is actually a knight from the past who came to the future. Douglas plays along. He'll put on armor and chase the kids around with a wooden sword. He'll tell them stories about dragons and quests. He's become like the neighborhood grandfather, even though he's only mid-40s. Next month, he's hosting a Halloween event. Haunted castle tours with actors and special effects. The whole neighborhood is invited for free. He's expecting a few hundred paid visitors from around the region. I'm helping him with marketing and logistics. We've become friends through all this. Turns out, underneath the mysterious construction obsession, Douglas is a really cool guy with incredible dedication and skills. So, if your neighbor is building something mysterious and making a lot of noise, maybe give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're not crazy. Maybe they're just building a castle. And if anyone wants to visit a real medieval castle in suburban Ohio, Douglas's place does tours every Saturday. Tell him the guy from Reddit sent you. He'll get a kick out of that. Story 4. I need to confess something that's been eating at me for 18 months. I'm a 27-year-old graphic designer living in Portland. I created a parody Instagram account making fun of pretentious self-help gurus and life coaches. I posted intentionally ridiculous advice mixing corporate buzzwords with mystical nonsense. It was supposed to be obvious satire. Instead, 50,000 people started following me seriously, treating my jokes as profound wisdom, and now I'm accidentally running what might be a cult, and I have no idea how to stop it without destroying these people's lives. This started during the pandemic, when I was bored and annoyed by all the self-help content flooding my social media. Everyone was suddenly a life coach, or manifestation expert, or productivity guru. They'd post vague, inspirational quotes over sunset photos, and charge thousands for online courses teaching mindset shifts and abundance consciousness. It drove me crazy. These people had no qualifications. They were just good at Instagram and confident in their nonsense. I started making fun of them to my friends. We'd create fake guru quotes that were deliberately meaningless, but sounded profound if you didn't think too hard. Things like, your energy frequency determines your reality vibration. Or, success is just failure that hasn't found its purpose yet. Completely nonsensical, but in the style of actual guru content. My friend Marcus said I should make a parody account. Really commit to the bit. See how ridiculous I could get before people realized it was satire. I thought that sounded hilarious. I created the account Mindset Maven Aria, with a profile photo of a random stock photo of a woman meditating. I wrote a bio full of buzzwords. Quantum Mindset Coach, helping you align with your highest frequency. DM for transformation sessions. My first post was a photo of a sunset with the caption, "You can't manifest abundance while harboring scarcity energy. Release your vibrational blocks and watch the universe respond." Complete nonsense. Zero meaning. I expected maybe my friends would follow and laugh. Instead, the post got 200 likes and 30 new followers within hours. Real people, leaving real comments thanking me for the wisdom. I was stunned. People thought this was real? I decided to go harder on the satire, make it more obviously fake. I posted things like, "Money is just energy wearing a suit," and "Your chakras are basically the Wi-Fi routers of your soul." I created increasingly absurd concepts. Frequency alignment meditation, abundance timeline shifting, third eye productivity hacks. Every post got more engagement, more followers, more comments from people saying I was changing their lives. Within 2 months, I had 5,000 followers, taking everything seriously. I started creating content that was explicitly mocking guru culture. I'd post about my morning routine that included things like visualizing my bank account for 3 hours and charging my crystals with manifestation affirmations while the moon is in Virgo. People replicated it. They'd comment about how they'd started doing this routine and already felt shifts in their energy. They were copying my satire as actual practices. I made a video about cellular manifestation, where you visualize abundance at the cellular level to reprogram your DNA for success. This was meant to be absurd. Cells can't manifest money. DNA doesn't work like that. The video went viral. 2 million views. Thousands of shares. People were teaching my fake cellular manifestation technique to others. Someone created a course based on it and was charging people $300. I was horrified and fascinated. How far could I push this before people realized it was parody? I created the frequency abundance method, which was a 12-step process involving color-coded energy work, moon cycle planning, and financial affirmations in 3 different languages. It was completely made up, designed to be too complicated and ridiculous to take seriously. 50 people DM'd me, asking for private coaching sessions to learn the method properly. They were offering to pay me hundreds of dollars for access to my advanced teachings. That's when I realized I'd created something that had spiraled completely out of my control. This wasn't satire anymore. It was inadvertently becoming a scam. I stopped posting for 2 weeks, trying to figure out what to do. My followers panicked. They thought something terrible had happened to me. They created support groups to send positive energy during my spiritual transformation. When I came back, I tried to dial things down. I posted more generic positivity, without the made-up metaphysics. My followers were disappointed. They wanted the deep spiritual teachings. They wanted the frequency work and the manifestation techniques. I was trapped. If I revealed it was satire, these people who'd been following me for months would feel betrayed and foolish. If I kept going, I was lying to people and potentially giving them harmful advice. I tried subtle hints that maybe they shouldn't take everything literally. I'd post things like, "Remember, metaphors are just tools for understanding, not literal truth." People interpreted this as me teaching advanced spiritual concepts about the nature of reality. I couldn't win. Everything I posted was taken seriously, no matter how absurd or how many disclaimers I added. The account hit 10,000 followers, then 20,000. I was getting sponsorship offers from crystals companies and meditation app developers. Companies wanted to pay me to promote their products to my engaged audience. I declined all sponsorships because taking money felt like crossing a line from accidental parody to intentional fraud. But the offers kept coming, some for serious amounts of money. My followers started organizing in-person meetups. They created a Facebook group for frequency alignment practitioners to discuss my teachings. They were sharing stories about how my methods had changed their lives. One woman posted about how she'd quit her job to focus on aligning her frequency full-time. She was doing my fake manifestation exercises 8 hours a day instead of working. She was convinced she'd attract abundance this way. I was horrified. I DM'd her trying to suggest maybe she shouldn't quit her job based on Instagram posts. She responded that she trusted my wisdom and knew this was her path. She'd had a frequency download telling her this was right. I'd created something that was actively harming people, but I didn't know how to stop it without causing even more harm. I consulted with my friend who's a therapist. I explained the situation without specifics. She said if I'd built a following based on false premises, I had an ethical obligation to correct it. The longer I waited, the worse the fallout would be. But how do you tell 50,000 people that everything you've taught them is nonsense? You made up to mock people like them. I tried creating content that slowly walked back the more extreme stuff. I posted about how maybe abundance isn't about frequency, and maybe we shouldn't base life decisions on Instagram advice. My followers thought I was testing them, teaching them about spiritual doubt and the importance of faith in their practice. They doubled down on their commitment. I was in too deep. The community had taken on a life of its own. They were creating their own content, expanding on my concepts. They were teaching each other. They'd built an entire belief system around my satirical posts. Someone created a wiki documenting all my teachings. Someone else made study guides for my core principles. They'd organized my random nonsense into a coherent philosophy that actually sounded somewhat reasonable if you squinted. The account hit 50,000 followers. I was getting interview requests from podcasts and online publications about my unique approach to manifestation and mindset work. I declined everything, but people interpreted my unavailability as mysterious and spiritual. The mythology built around me. Rumors started that I was a reclusive guru who'd achieved ultimate enlightenment and only shared wisdom through Instagram. Some people claimed to have met me in person at retreats I'd never attended. I considered just deleting the account, but my therapist friend warned that could cause serious harm to vulnerable followers who'd based their lives around these teachings. Some people needed the community, even if the foundation was false. I was stuck maintaining a lie to protect people from the truth, that I'd lied to them. The ethics were hopelessly tangled. I started trying to inject actual helpful information into my posts. Evidence-based psychology. Actual meditation benefits. Real financial advice. Mixed in with the satire stuff. Some followers appreciated this. Others complained I was going mainstream and losing my spiritual edge. They wanted the frequency work and the manifestation teachings, not boring evidence-based advice. I created an alt account to criticize my own main account. I'd post skeptical takes about mindset Maven Arya's teachings. Some followers found this account and attacked it viciously. They defended me against what they saw as negative energy and spiritual attacks. I was arguing with my own followers, using a fake account to criticize my other fake account. The absurdity was overwhelming. Year 1 of the account. 60,000 followers. A fully developed community with its own culture and language. People identifying as frequency practitioners and abundance aligners. They'd created group chats, local chapters, annual meetup plans. Someone wanted to write a book about my teachings. Someone else wanted to create a certification program for people to become official frequency alignment coaches. They wanted my endorsement and involvement. I declined everything. But they did it anyway. Unauthorized books and courses teaching my made-up methods. I couldn't stop them without revealing the whole thing was fake. My friends who knew the truth thought this was hilarious at first. Then they got concerned. Then they started pressuring me to end it. But I'd built something too big to simply dismantle. I tried to research how other people had handled situations like this. Fake personas that got out of control. But most examples were intentional scammers, or artists who eventually came clean. I couldn't find examples of accidental cult leaders, because that's what I was. An accidental cult leader. I had followers who organized their lives around my teachings, who'd made major life decisions based on content I'd created as a joke, who'd found community and meaning, even if it was built on nonsense. The ethical weight crushed me. I developed anxiety about posting. Every piece of content could influence thousands of people, some positively, some negatively. I had power I never wanted and didn't deserve. I started seeing my own therapist about this. I couldn't tell her the full truth, for ethical reasons, but I talked around it. Influencer. Imposter syndrome. Ethical concerns about social media influence. The weight of unintended consequences. She helped me understand. I'd stumbled into something real about human psychology. People want to believe. They want community, and purpose, and meaning. They'll find it wherever they can, even in obvious satire, if it fills a need. That didn't make me feel better about providing false meaning, but it helped me understand why this had happened. Year 18 months in now. The account has stabilized at around 50,000 followers. Growth has plateaued, which is actually a relief. I'm not creating more damage. I've shifted strategy. I'm slowly introducing more reality-based content. while maintaining just enough of the mystical language to keep people engaged. I'm basically trying to deprogram my own followers while pretending I'm deepening their practice. I post things like, true alignment comes from understanding yourself, not changing your frequency, and abundance is built through consistent action, not manifestation visualization. Some followers are responding well to this. They're appreciating the more grounded approach. Others are leaving because I'm not woo-woo enough anymore. That's actually good. The true believers who are most vulnerable to harm are self-selecting out. I've also started directing people toward legitimate resources. When someone asks about manifestation, I recommend actual therapy or financial planning. I frame it as complementary practices to the frequency work. It's slow. It'll take years to fully walk back the damage, but it's something. I've also created a private channel for followers who are starting to question the spiritual stuff and want more practical guidance. About 500 people have joined. In that space, I'm much more direct about evidence-based approaches to goals and well-being. I'm hoping to gradually migrate the community toward being a general self-improvement space, rather than a frequency manifestation cult. But I have to do it carefully, so people don't feel betrayed. The hardest part is the testimonials. People regularly message me about how my teachings changed their lives. Some of these are positive. They're meditating more, setting goals, working on themselves. Others are concerning. They've quit stable jobs, ended relationships, made major decisions based on my nonsense. I try to intervene when I see harm. I'll DM people suggesting maybe they shouldn't make huge life changes based on Instagram advice. But I have to be subtle, or they think I'm testing their faith. I've considered coming clean, just posting a full confession. This was satire. I'm sorry. Please don't make life decisions based on Instagram gurus, including me. But my therapist and lawyer both advised against it. The legal liability could be significant if people have made decisions based on my advice and suffered harm. And the psychological harm to followers could be severe. Some of these people have built their identities around being frequency practitioners. Their friend groups are from this community. They've invested time and emotion and money into these practices. Learning it was all fake could be devastating. So I'm trapped in a long game of slowly deprogramming people without them realizing that's what I'm doing. The irony is, I started this to mock the fake guru industry. Instead, I became part of it. I proved how easy it is to build a following with confident nonsense and good branding. I also proved how desperately people want to believe in something. The more absurd my claims got, the more devoted my followers became. Complexity and mysticism were features, not bugs. I think about the woman who quit her job. She's still following me, still doing the practices. I've tried subtly suggesting she might want to explore part-time work for grounding energy. She's resistant, but I'm hoping eventually she'll transition back to employment. I think about the hundreds of people who've organized their lives around these teachings, who've found community and purpose, even if it's based on fiction. Destroying that feels cruel, even though maintaining the fiction is dishonest. The account has become a catch-22. I can't be honest without causing harm. I can't maintain the dishonesty without causing different harm. There's no good option. I've started donating money to cult recovery organizations. It feels like penance for what I've accidentally created. I can't donate too much, or it shows up on taxes and raises questions. But I send what I can. I've also been studying actual psychology and self-improvement to make my content less harmful. If I'm stuck being a guru, I want to be a guru who at least doesn't hurt people. The engagement remains high. People still post about their breakthroughs and alignments and frequency shifts. Still plan meetups and create study groups. The machine runs itself now regardless of what I post. I could probably stop posting entirely, and the community would continue without me. They've internalized the teachings enough to sustain the belief system independently. That's the most frightening part. I created a thing that no longer needs me to exist. It's become self-perpetuating. My friends don't think it's funny anymore. Some of them think I should just delete everything and face the consequences. Others think I should monetize it, and at least profit from the mess I made. I can't do either. I lie awake thinking about the butterfly effect of my satire. How many people have I influenced? What decisions have they made? What harm have I caused? What good have I accidentally done? Because some followers genuinely seem happier. They're meditating, journaling, setting goals. They've found community and purpose. The fact that it's built on satire doesn't change that they've benefited. But others have clearly been harmed, made bad decisions, developed magical thinking that prevents them from solving real problems with real solutions. I can't calculate the net harm versus benefit. I just know I created something I shouldn't have, and now I'm responsible for managing it as ethically as possible. I'm planning to slowly wind down the account over the next few years, gradually make it less active, transition people toward other resources, eventually stop posting and let it fade into internet history. But that's a years-long project. And in the meantime, I'm Mindset Maven Arya, accidental guru, reluctant cult leader, proof that satire can be indistinguishable from sincerity on social media. I started this to mock the self-help industry. I ended up becoming exactly what I was mocking. The universe has a sense of irony, apparently. Or maybe that's just my frequency being misaligned. I can't even tell anymore what's satire and what's real. I've been playing this character so long that sometimes I can't catch myself actually believing the nonsense I made up. That's the scariest part. Not that I fooled 50,000 people. That I'm starting to fool myself. I need to end this. But I don't know how without destroying what people have built, even if it's built on lies. So, I keep posting. Keep pretending. Keep trying to slowly guide people toward reality while maintaining the fiction that got them here. I'm trapped in my own satire, a prisoner of my own joke. The joke that 50,000 people are taking completely seriously while I desperately try to figure out how to tell them without breaking their hearts or their belief systems or their communities. This is my life now. Graphic designer by day, accidental cult leader by night. I'd laugh if I wasn't so horrified by what I've created. At least I'm learning a lot about human psychology and the power of belief and the responsibility that comes with influence. Expensive lessons I never wanted to learn. But here we are. Mindset, Maven Arya, and her 50,000 followers who believe in frequency alignment and cellular manifestation and all the other nonsense I invented to mock people who believe in nonsense. The irony is so thick, I could cut it with a crystal-charged abundance knife. If there's a lesson here, it's this. Satire on the internet requires clear labeling, or it becomes indistinguishable from sincerity. And once people believe, unbelieving them is nearly impossible. I made people believe in made-up spiritual concepts. Now I'm trying to unmake that belief without destroying them. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. And I'm not even sure it's possible. But I have to try, because I started this mess, and I'm responsible for cleaning it up. Even if it takes years. Even if I can never fully fix it. Even if some people never recover from believing in my satire. I have to try. That's my frequency alignment for today. Or whatever. I don't even know anymore. Story 5. I know the title sounds completely insane, but I promise this actually happened. I'm a 29-year-old woman who spent 5 years working as an accountant at a boring corporate firm in Atlanta. Same cubicle, same spreadsheets, same pointless meetings, every single day. I was miserable, unfulfilled, and having a quarter-life crisis. So naturally, I quit my stable 6-figure job to become a professional mermaid. Because that's a completely rational decision. Let me back up and explain how I ended up making possibly the worst career decision of my life. It started with a bachelorette party in Florida. My friend Rachel was getting married and wanted to do something unique for her bachelorette weekend. Someone suggested we book a mermaid swimming experience at this place in the Keys that offered lessons and photo shoots where you could wear a real mermaid tail and swim around like Ariel. I thought it sounded ridiculous, but I went along because I'm a good friend. We showed up at this tropical resort and were greeted by 2 incredibly enthusiastic women wearing elaborate mermaid tails. They gave us this whole spiel about mermaid culture and ocean conservation and the magic of embracing your inner sea creature. I was rolling my eyes internally, but trying to be polite. Then we got in the water and everything changed. They fitted me with this gorgeous purple and blue silicone tail that must have cost thousands of dollars. It was heavy and awkward on land, but the moment I got in the water and started swimming, something clicked. The tail gave you this incredible dolphin kick that propelled you through the water with almost no effort. It felt like flying. I spent 2 hours in that pool, doing underwater tricks, posing for photos, and feeling more free and joyful than I had in years. When the session ended, I didn't want to get out. I asked the instructors how they got into professional mermaiding. They said there was actually a whole industry. People hired mermaids for birthday parties, corporate events, aquarium shows, promotional work. You could make real money if you were good at it. On the flight home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I Googled professional mermaiding and found this entire world I never knew existed. Companies that made custom tails, mermaid schools that taught advanced swimming techniques, performers who traveled the world doing shows, Instagram accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers. People were making actual careers out of being mermaids. My corporate job felt even more soul-crushing after that trip. I'd sit in my cubicle doing tax returns and daydream about being underwater in a mermaid tail. I started swimming at my local pool every morning before work, practicing the dolphin kick. I bought a cheap fabric tail online and taught myself underwater tricks by watching YouTube videos. After 3 months of this, I'd gotten pretty good. I could hold my breath for over 2 minutes. I could do flips and spins underwater. I'd mastered the hair flip, where you come up from underwater and your hair fans out dramatically. I was obsessed. I started researching the business side of professional mermaiding. I found out you could charge $500 to $1,500 for a 1-hour party appearance, more for corporate events and shows. The top mermaid performers were making 6 figures doing aquarium shows, promotional work for resorts, and social media sponsorships. The math started to make sense in my desperate quarter-life crisis brain. If I could book just 2 or 3 gigs a week, I could match my corporate salary. I'd have freedom, flexibility, and I'd be doing something I actually enjoyed instead of slowly dying in a cubicle. My boyfriend thought I was having a mental breakdown. My parents were horrified. My friends said I was being impulsive and stupid, but I'd already made up my mind. I gave my 2 weeks' notice at the accounting firm, depleted my savings to buy a professional-grade silicone tail for $8,000, and launched my mermaid business. Those first few months were a disaster. Turns out there's a big difference between swimming in a tail as a hobby and actually running a mermaid business. I had no idea what I was doing. First problem: getting gigs. I made a website and Instagram account showcasing my mermaid skills. I reached out to event planners and party companies. I got maybe 2 inquiries in the first month. One was for a 4-year-old's birthday party that paid $200. The other was a creepy request from a guy with a very specific fetish. I took the birthday party gig and blocked the creepy guy. The birthday party was harder than I expected. Swimming in a tail in a controlled pool environment is one thing. Swimming in some random family's above-ground pool while 10 screaming children throw pool toys at you is entirely different. I was exhausted after 20 minutes. The tail kept getting tangled. A kid grabbed my wig and it came off. The mother asked if I could do the same thing for half price at her sister's party next month. I made about $40 an hour after expenses, and it was the most physically demanding $40 I'd ever earned. This was not the glamorous mermaid life I'd envisioned. Second problem, the tail. That $8,000 silicone tail was beautiful, but incredibly high maintenance. It had to be rinsed with fresh water after every use. It needed special storage to prevent damage. The paint and glitter coating was delicate and started chipping after a few weeks. I spent hundreds on repairs and touch-ups. Third problem, competition. The mermaid market was way more saturated than I'd realized. Every major city had at least a dozen professional mermaids competing for the same gigs. Most of them had years of experience, better equipment, and actual swimming backgrounds. I was a mediocre swimmer, with 3 months of practice trying to compete with former synchronized swimmers and competitive divers. Fourth problem, the physical toll. Swimming in a mermaid tail is exhausting. Your entire body gets worked out. My core was constantly sore. I developed shoulder problems from the repetitive dolphin kick motion. I was constantly waterlogged, and my skin got super dry from chlorine exposure. I smelled like a pool all the time, despite showering twice a day. After 3 months, I'd done exactly 8 paid gigs. Total earnings, about $3,200. Total expenses between the tail, repairs, travel, insurance, website, and marketing, over $12,000. I was hemorrhaging money and barely getting any work. My boyfriend sat me down and suggested maybe this wasn't working out. Maybe I should look for another accounting job and do mermaiding as a side hobby. I got defensive and said I just needed more time to build the business. He said I'd been saying that for months, and things were getting worse, not better. We broke up 2 weeks later. He said he couldn't watch me destroy my life over a fantasy. I said he didn't support my dreams. We were both probably right. So there I was, 5 months into my mermaid career. Single, broke, with a rapidly deteriorating $8,000 fishtail, and no real prospects. I should have given up. Instead, I doubled down. I decided I needed to differentiate myself from other mermaids. I started developing a character. Instead of just being a generic pretty mermaid, I became Marina, the marine biologist mermaid. My whole angle was ocean education and conservation. I partnered with local aquariums and environmental groups to do educational programs. This actually worked. Schools and aquariums started booking me for educational shows. I'd teach kids about ocean conservation while demonstrating mermaid swimming. It paid less than private parties, but it was more consistent work. I was doing 3 to 5 gigs a week. The problem was the gigs were spread all over the region. I'd drive 2 hours to do a 40-minute show at a school for $300. After gas, wear on my car, and the time invested, I was making maybe $15 an hour. Less than I could make working at Starbucks. But I was stubborn. I'd quit my corporate job, lost my boyfriend, and invested everything into this. I couldn't admit failure. So I kept going. Month 7 was when things got really weird. I got contacted by a company that did promotional events for resort properties. They wanted mermaids for a grand opening of a new luxury hotel with a massive pool complex. The pay was incredible. $5,000 for a weekend of performances. I said yes immediately. This was the big break I'd been waiting for. Professional photos, exposure to wealthy clientele, enough money to cover my expenses for 2 months. The event was in Miami. I showed up Friday afternoon to rehearse with the other performers. That's when I discovered I wasn't the only mermaid hired. There were 12 of us. The company had hired a whole pod of professional mermaids. These women were on another level. They had custom tails that cost $15,000 to $20,000. They had synchronized swimming backgrounds. They could hold their breath for 4 minutes. They made me look like an amateur playing dress-up. The performances were choreographed underwater routines, set to music. We had 1 day to learn the routines and synchronize with the other mermaids. It was brutal. I kept messing up formations. I couldn't hold my breath long enough for full sequences. My tail didn't move as smoothly as theirs. The lead mermaid, a woman named Sapphire, who'd been doing this professionally for 10 years, pulled me aside and very kindly suggested I might be in over my head. She said there were different tiers of mermaid work, and maybe I should focus on birthday parties while building my skills. I was humiliated, but she was right. The weekend performances were a disaster for me personally. I completed the gigs, but barely. I felt completely outclassed. The $5,000 I earned felt like pity money. That experience should have been my wake-up call, but instead, I became more determined. I signed up for actual swimming lessons to improve my technique. I took freediving courses to increase my breath hold time. I spent another $4,000 on an upgraded tail. Month 9, I was now $27,000 in debt, between my initial savings depletion and credit cards I'd maxed out for equipment and training. I was doing 8 to 10 gigs a week to try to make ends meet. Birthday parties, educational shows, promotional events, anything I could book. The work was destroying my body. I had chronic shoulder pain from the repetitive swimming motion. My hair was falling out from constant chlorine exposure and bleaching to maintain the blonde mermaid look. I'd gained 15 pounds from stress eating. I looked and felt terrible. My parents begged me to quit. My mom actually cried on the phone saying she couldn't watch me ruin my life anymore. My dad offered to pay for me to go back to school for an MBA if I'd just stop being a mermaid. I said I was fine. Everything was under control. Everything was not under control. I was barely making rent. I was living on ramen and peanut butter. My car was falling apart from all the driving. I was exhausted all the time. But I'd invested too much to quit now. Month 10 was my rock bottom. I got hired for what was supposed to be a classy corporate event at a fancy hotel. I showed up, and it was actually a bachelor party. The groom's friends had booked a mermaid as a joke. They were all drunk and treated the whole thing like a strip show. They wanted me to pose for photos, sit on their laps, let them wear the tail. It was degrading and uncomfortable, but I needed the money, so I endured it. At one point, a guy tried to grab my tail while I was in the pool, and I nearly drowned because he pulled me underwater while I was mid-breath. I got out of the pool, took my money, and left. I sat in my car and cried for an hour. This wasn't what I'd signed up for. I'd wanted magic and freedom and joy. Instead, I was letting drunk strangers manhandle me in a fish costume for $500. I called my dad that night and asked if the MBA offer was still on the table. He said yes, without hesitation. He said I could move back home, save money, and figure out what I actually wanted to do with my life. I quit professional mermaiding the next day. I contacted all my upcoming clients and canceled their bookings. I referred them to other performers. I listed my expensive tail for sale online. I deleted my business Instagram account. It took me 3 months to sell the tail. I got $4,000 for it, half of what I'd paid. The buyer was a young woman who was just starting her mermaid career. She had the same excited energy I'd had a year ago. I wanted to warn her about the reality of the business, but I didn't. Maybe she'd make it work. Maybe she had better business sense than me. I moved back to my parents' house at age 29, with $23,000 in debt, and no job. I started applying for accounting positions, but there was a massive gap in my resume. Interviewers would ask what I'd been doing for the past year, and I had to decide whether to lie or tell the truth. I tried lying at first, but it didn't work. Gaps in employment are easy to verify. So, I started telling the truth. I'd quit my job to try entrepreneurship in the entertainment industry. It didn't work out, and I was returning to accounting. Most interviewers were polite, but I could see the judgment. A few asked what kind of entertainment. When I said I was a professional mermaid, the interviews usually went downhill fast. One guy actually laughed and asked if I was serious. After 2 months of rejections, I finally got an offer from a small accounting firm that needed someone immediately for tax season. The pay was 30% less than my previous job. I took it anyway. So now I'm back in a cubicle doing spreadsheets. I'm living with my parents at 29. I'm in massive debt. My dating life is non-existent because who wants to date someone whose last relationship ended because they chose to be a mermaid? I smell like normal human instead of chlorine, which is actually kind of nice. The whole experience was humiliating and expensive, and I have nothing to show for it, except a really weird story and some cool underwater photos. But here's the thing. Nobody tells you about following your dreams. Sometimes your dreams are based on a fantasy that has nothing to do with reality. I loved the idea of being a mermaid. The freedom, the beauty, the magic. But the reality was exhausting physical labor, difficult logistics, and constant financial stress. Professional mermaiding is a real job that real people do successfully. But it requires skills I didn't have, business acumen I didn't develop, and a level of dedication beyond just loving to swim in a tail. I thought I was brave for quitting my job to pursue my passion. Really, I was just impulsive and naive. Brave would have been doing the hard work of building the business while keeping my stable job, testing the market before diving in, actually planning instead of just jumping. My parents have been incredibly gracious about the whole thing. They don't say "I told you so," even though they definitely could. My mom even kept my mermaid tail when I thought I might want it for nostalgia. She has it stored in their garage in case I ever want it back. I won't. I never want to see another mermaid tail as long as I live. My coworkers at the new firm don't know about my mermaid year. I'm just the new girl who came from another firm. They have no idea I spent 12 months swimming in pools dressed as a mythical sea creature for money. I did reconnect with one person from the mermaid world. Sapphire, the professional who'd told me I was in over my head in Miami. She reached out after seeing my tail listing and asked if I was okay. We ended up having coffee, and she was actually really kind about everything. She said most people who try professional mermaiding quit within a year. It's incredibly demanding, and the market is brutal. The ones who make it work usually have performing arts backgrounds, financial backing, or other income streams. Going all in the way I did was almost guaranteed to fail. That made me feel slightly better, at least. I wasn't the only person who'd crashed and burned at professional mermaiding. Sapphire is still doing it and making good money, but she also does other performing work, has sponsorship deals, and has been building her brand for a decade. She's a professional performer who happens to specialize in mermaids, not just a person who likes swimming in a tail. I've been back in corporate accounting for 6 months now. I've paid off about $5,000 of my debt. At this rate, I'll be debt-free in about 3 years. I'm 29 years old, paying off debt from a failed mermaid career. This is not where I thought my life would be. But I'm also weirdly grateful for the experience. I learned a lot about myself, about business, about the difference between loving something as a hobby versus doing it professionally. I learned that I'm more risk-averse than I thought, that I need stability and structure, that I'm actually pretty good at accounting even if it's not exciting. I also learned that quarter-life crises are real and can make you do absolutely insane things if you're not careful. Do I regret the whole thing? Honestly, I'm not sure. Yes, I'm in debt and back at square one career-wise, but I also had a year of doing something completely different. I learned to freedive. I performed at aquariums. I made children happy at birthday parties. I swam with actual sea turtles at a marine sanctuary. Most people never take risks or try to change their lives. They just stay in their cubicles wondering what if. At least I know. I tried it, failed spectacularly, and came back to the cubicle with a really good story. My dad says the experience built character. My mom says it taught me humility. My former boyfriend probably says it proved I'm impulsive and irresponsible. They're all right. I'm not special or brave for trying to be a professional mermaid. I'm just someone who had a crisis, made a bad decision, and survived it. Now I'm back to being a regular person with a regular job and student loan levels of debt from something way dumber than student loans. The weirdest part is the photos. I have all these professional shots of me underwater in a mermaid tail, looking magical and free. I keep them private now, but sometimes I look at them and remember feeling like I could be something other than an accountant in a cubicle. That feeling was a lie, or at least a massive oversimplification of how hard it is to actually make that life work. But it was a beautiful lie while it lasted. So yeah, I quit my corporate job to become a professional mermaid, and it was a complete disaster. I'm back where I started, but older, broker, and hopefully wiser. At least I can say I tried. And if I ever have kids, and they tell me they want to quit their job to pursue some wild dream, I'll have a very specific and embarrassing story to share about why maybe they should have a backup plan. Being a mermaid was magical, until it wasn't. Being an accountant is boring, but at least I can pay my bills. Sometimes boring and stable beats magical and broke. But man, swimming in that tail felt like flying. I'll never forget that feeling, even if I'm still paying for it 3 years from now. Story 6. I served on a jury 3 years ago for a murder trial. We convicted the defendant. He got life in prison without parole. I went home feeling like I'd done my civic duty. I'd helped put away a dangerous criminal. I slept fine that first night. Now, I can't sleep at all, because I'm pretty sure we convicted an innocent man, and I don't know what to do about it. This is eating me alive, and I need to tell someone, even if it's just strangers on the internet who can't help me either. My name is Jennifer. I'm 42, work as an accountant, live in Denver. I'd never done jury duty before. I got the summons, and honestly, I was annoyed. I had work to catch up on, and jury duty seemed like a waste of time. But it's a legal obligation, so I showed up. During selection, they asked standard questions. Could I be impartial? Did I have strong feelings about the death penalty? Had I ever been a victim of violent crime? I answered honestly. I was selected. Me and 11 other people who'd be deciding someone's fate. The defendant was a 24-year-old black man named Marcus Johnson. He was accused of murdering a convenience store clerk during a robbery. The prosecution's case seemed solid. Marcus had been identified by 2 witnesses. His fingerprints were found at the scene. He had a prior conviction for assault. He'd made some social media posts that could be interpreted as violent. The prosecution painted him as a dangerous criminal who'd escalated from assault to murder. The evidence seemed clear. The defense attorney was overworked and underfunded. You could tell. He was a public defender juggling multiple cases. His arguments felt rushed and incomplete. He claimed Marcus was innocent, that the witnesses were mistaken, that the fingerprints proved nothing, because Marcus had been in that store earlier that day as a customer. He tried to provide an alibi, but it wasn't strong. Marcus said he'd been at home alone at the time of the murder. No witnesses could confirm it. His own testimony wasn't compelling. He seemed scared and angry, and that read as guilt to most of us. The trial lasted 2 weeks. We heard from witnesses, experts, police officers. The prosecution was polished and confident. They had charts and timelines and forensic evidence. The defense was scattered and defensive. Marcus took the stand, and it didn't go well. He got emotional. He raised his voice. He came across as aggressive, even though in retrospect he was probably just terrified. The prosecutor tore him apart on cross-examination, pointed out inconsistencies in his story, made him look like a liar. During deliberation, it took us 6 hours to reach a unanimous verdict. Guilty. Most jurors were convinced within the first hour. A few of us had doubts, but not strong enough to hang the jury. I was one of the doubters. Something felt off about the case, but I couldn't articulate what. The other jurors were confident. They walked through the evidence methodically. The witnesses, the fingerprints, the prior conviction, the demeanor. It all pointed to guilt. My doubts felt emotional rather than rational. I let myself be convinced. When the verdict was read, Marcus broke down. He kept saying I didn't do it over and over. His mother was in the courtroom crying. His lawyer looked defeated. The prosecutor looked satisfied. The judge thanked us for our service. We were dismissed. I went home feeling unsettled but telling myself we'd made the right decision based on the evidence. The system had worked. Justice had been served. I believed that for about 6 months. Then I started seeing articles about wrongful convictions. I don't remember what prompted it. Maybe a documentary or a podcast. But I went down a rabbit hole learning about how often the justice system gets it wrong. Eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Forensic evidence gets misinterpreted. Public defenders are overworked. Implicit bias affects outcomes. Everything I read made me think about Marcus's trial. The more I learned, the more my doubts grew. I started reviewing what I remembered from the trial. The 2 witnesses who identified Marcus saw the perpetrator briefly during a chaotic, violent event. Cross-racial identification is especially unreliable. Both witnesses were white. Marcus is black. Studies show identification accuracy drops significantly across racial lines. Neither witness seemed completely certain during testimony. They said, "I think it was him," and "it looked like him," not, "I'm absolutely sure." But the prosecution presented their testimony as definitive identification. The fingerprints proved Marcus had been in the store, but not when. The defense said he'd been there earlier, as a customer. The police found receipts in his apartment from that store, dated the day of the murder. He'd bought cigarettes at 2 p.m. The murder happened at 11 p.m. His fingerprints being there proved nothing, except that he touched something at some point. But the prosecution made it sound damning, and we believed them. The prior conviction was for assault from when Marcus was 19. He'd gotten into a fight outside a bar. The other guy threw the first punch, but Marcus fought back and hurt him badly. Marcus spent 6 months in jail. The prosecution used this to show a pattern of violence. But looking back, it was a bar fight 5 years ago. Stupid and regrettable, but not evidence of murder. Lots of people get into fights when they're young. It doesn't make them killers. But it made Marcus look dangerous to us. His social media posts were taken out of context. He'd posted rap lyrics and angry rants about police brutality and systemic racism. The prosecution framed these as evidence of his violent mindset, but they were just a young black man expressing frustration about injustice. Millions of people post similar things. It's not evidence of anything except anger at a system that fails people who look like him. We should have seen that. I should have seen that. His testimony was the most damning thing, but also the most understandable in hindsight. He was terrified. A 24-year-old facing life in prison for something he claimed he didn't do. Of course, he was emotional. Of course, he seemed angry. He was angry. At the system. At the accusation. At not being believed. His emotion read as guilt to us, but it could just as easily have been the emotion of an innocent person being railroaded. We interpreted his fear as something sinister, because that fit the narrative the prosecution had built. The alibi was weak, but how many of us can prove where we were at a specific time on a random night? Marcus said he was home alone. His phone records showed his phone was at his apartment. But the prosecution argued he could have left his phone there. He couldn't prove he was home, because who can prove they didn't leave their house? The absence of evidence became evidence of guilt in our minds. That's backwards, but we didn't see it at the time. I started looking into the case more seriously. I found local news articles. Advocacy groups had raised concerns about the investigation. Marcus's family had been trying to get attention to his case. Some community organizers believed he was innocent. But none of this made it to our jury. We only saw what was presented in court. We didn't know about the doubts and questions people had been raising. I learned the convenience store where the murder happened had security cameras, but they'd been broken for months. No video evidence existed. The murder weapon was never found. No physical evidence directly connected Marcus to the crime, except the fingerprints that could have been left any time. The cash taken in the robbery was never recovered. Marcus wasn't living above his means. He had a regular job at a warehouse. If he'd stolen money, where was it? These questions weren't adequately addressed at trial. I found out more about the witnesses. One had a history of false reports to police. She'd called in multiple suspicious person reports that turned out to be nothing. She was known to police as someone who exaggerated or misremembered, but we weren't told this. The other witness had bad eyesight and admitted he hadn't been wearing his glasses that night, but the prosecution glossed over this. These were the two people whose testimony put Marcus away for life, and they weren't reliable. The actual crime was tragic. The clerk who died was 52 years old. He had a wife and kids. He was working late to make extra money. The killer shot him during a robbery for maybe $300. It's horrific, and whoever did it deserves to be in prison. But putting away an innocent person doesn't bring justice. It means the real killer got away. The clerk's family thinks they have justice, but they don't. And Marcus is in prison for something he possibly didn't do. Everyone loses. I tried to contact the defense attorney. I wanted to tell him about my doubts. Maybe we could do something. File an appeal. Get a new trial. Something. But he'd left the public defender's office. I tracked him down to a private practice. When I called, he said he appreciated me reaching out, but there wasn't much he could do. Appeals are difficult and expensive. New evidence would be needed. My doubts weren't enough. He said he'd had doubts about the conviction too, but proving innocence after conviction is nearly impossible. The system is designed to be final. He sounded defeated. I reached out to innocence projects, organizations that work to exonerate the wrongfully convicted. I explained my concerns about the case. They said they received thousands of requests and could only take cases with clear paths to exoneration. DNA evidence, usually. Marcus's case didn't have DNA. There was no biological evidence to retest. No new forensic technology that could prove his innocence. Just doubts about eyewitness testimony and weak evidence. That wasn't enough for them to take the case. They wished me luck, but couldn't help. I thought about going public, talking to journalists, explaining that I'd served on the jury, and now believed we'd made a mistake. But I looked into it. Jurors are protected by confidentiality. I can't discuss details of deliberations or what other jurors said. I could talk about my own doubts, but that's just one person's opinion. It's not evidence. And going public might not help Marcus. It might just make me look like I was seeking attention. I felt powerless. I wrote to Marcus in prison. It took me weeks to compose the letter. What do you say? I'm sorry I convicted you, and now I think you might be innocent? I settled on explaining that I'd been a juror, and I had concerns about the evidence. I asked him to tell me his version of events. I wanted to hear his story without the filter of courtroom procedure. I sent the letter not knowing if he'd respond, or if he'd even receive it. The prison system is chaotic, and mail sometimes doesn't reach inmates. He wrote back. 2 months later, I got a letter from Marcus. 5 pages, handwritten, heartbreaking. He explained his life before the arrest. He'd grown up in a rough neighborhood but stayed out of serious trouble. The bar fight was stupid, but he'd paid for it. He'd been trying to build a life, working, saving money, thinking about going back to school. The night of the murder, he really had been home, alone. He'd worked a long shift and was tired. He'd ordered food, watched TV, gone to bed. Nothing exciting, nothing provable. Just a normal night that became the night that destroyed his life. He described the arrest. Police showing up at his apartment, being taken in handcuffs while his neighbors watched. The interrogation where he insisted he was innocent, but nobody believed him. The public defender who met with him for maybe 3 hours total before trial. The trial itself, where he felt like everyone had already decided he was guilty. The jury that looked at him with fear and disgust. He knew he was going to be convicted before the verdict was read. He could feel it. And now he's in prison, probably for the rest of his life, for something he didn't do. He didn't blame me personally. He said he understood I'd done what I thought was right, based on what I was shown. He blamed the system, the cops who needed a quick arrest, the prosecutor who needed a conviction for their record, the overworked public defender, the witnesses who weren't as certain as they claimed, the judge who allowed questionable evidence, the systemic racism that makes juries see young black men as dangerous. He's had 3 years to think about how he ended up there. He's angrier at the system than at me. I wish he'd be angry at me. I deserve it. Reading his letter destroyed me. If he's telling the truth, and I believe he is, we took everything from an innocent person. His freedom, his future, his life, based on weak evidence and implicit bias, and a rushed trial. And I was part of it. I voted guilty. I could have hung the jury. I could have held out. But I didn't, because I wanted to go home and the other jurors were so confident, and I doubted my own doubts. That decision will haunt me forever. I've been going to therapy for this. The guilt is overwhelming. My therapist says I did my best with the information I had. Hindsight bias makes everything seem clearer than it was in the moment. I can't torture myself for a decision I made in good faith, based on what I knew then. But how do I live with possibly having destroyed an innocent person's life? How do I reconcile being a good person with having done something so harmful? My therapist doesn't have answers. She just listens while I process. I've learned so much about wrongful convictions now. It's an epidemic. The Innocence Project has exonerated over 375 people through DNA evidence. That's just the ones they could prove. How many more are in prison right now who are innocent but can't prove it? People convicted on eyewitness testimony, junk science, coerced confessions, inadequate defense. The system fails constantly, and juries like mine are part of that failure. The other jurors don't share my doubts as far as I know. I've tried to contact a few of them. Most don't want to discuss it. One told me to stop bothering her. She said we made the right decision and I should let it go. Another said she had some doubts during deliberation, but she's chosen to believe we did the right thing because the alternative is too disturbing. I get that. It's disturbing, but ignoring it doesn't make it less real. I think about the clerk's family. They believe they have justice. Their loved one's killer is in prison. If Marcus is innocent, I should want to tell them. But telling them means destroying their sense of closure. It means admitting the real killer was never caught. That's cruel in a different way. I don't know what's right. Let them believe Marcus did it and have peace. Or tell them and reopen their trauma. There's no good answer. I've considered hiring a private investigator, looking into the case myself, trying to find evidence that could exonerate Marcus. But I'm an accountant. I don't have investigation skills or resources. I can't afford a PI. And even if I found something, would it matter? The appeals process is nearly impossible. Courts don't like overturning convictions. You need overwhelming evidence of innocence. My amateur investigation wouldn't provide that. I'd be throwing money at a problem that might not have a solution. The practical reality is Marcus will probably die in prison. Appeals will be denied. Innocence Projects won't take his case. His family doesn't have money for lawyers. He'll spend his life in a cage for something he possibly didn't do. And I'll spend my life knowing I helped put him there. We're both serving sentences. His is official. Mine is moral. Neither of us will be free. I've become an advocate for jury reform. I volunteer with organizations working to improve the system. Better jury education. Reforms to eyewitness identification procedures. Funding for public defenders. Anything that might prevent future Marcus Johnsons. It doesn't help him, but maybe it helps someone else. Maybe my guilt can fuel something productive. It's all I have. I write to Marcus occasionally. He writes back. We have this strange relationship now. I'm the juror who convicted him, but also the only person who believes he might be innocent. He's surprisingly kind to me. He says he appreciates someone listening, that he's grateful I'm trying, even if it doesn't change anything. His grace makes me feel worse. He's comforting me about the harm I did to him. That's wrong. I don't know why I'm posting this. Maybe I need to confess publicly, even anonymously. Maybe I hope someone will read this and have information about the case. Maybe I'm just screaming into the void because I don't know what else to do. I helped convict someone I now believe is innocent. I followed the law and did my civic duty, and possibly destroyed an innocent life. And I have to live with that. To Marcus, if you somehow see this, I'm sorry. Sorry isn't enough. Sorry doesn't fix anything. But I am deeply, painfully sorry. You deserved a better jury. You deserved a better defense. You deserved justice. I failed you. We all failed you. I don't know how to make it right, but I haven't stopped trying. I won't stop trying. Not because it helps you. It probably doesn't. But because I owe you that much at minimum. To anyone reading this who might serve on a jury someday, please be better than I was. Question everything. Demand proof beyond reasonable doubt. Real proof. Not just a confident prosecutor and scared defendant. Understand that eyewitness testimony is unreliable. That forensic evidence can be misinterpreted. That defendants are presumed innocent for a reason. Hold out if you have doubts. Hang the jury if necessary. Better a mistrial than a wrongful conviction. Don't make my mistake. Don't convict someone you're not absolutely certain is guilty. The consequences are too severe. The burden is too heavy. I'm carrying it, and it's crushing me. Don't take that on yourself. The justice system is broken in ways I didn't understand when I walked into that courtroom. I thought it worked. I thought truth emerged through the process. I thought guilty people got convicted and innocent people went free. I was naive. The system is run by overworked humans, operating with incomplete information, making judgment calls that destroy lives. And juries are the final step in that broken process. We're supposed to be the safeguard. We failed. I failed Marcus Johnson. I failed the dead clerk and his family by possibly letting the real killer go free. I failed society by allowing an injustice to stand. And I have to live with that failure every day. When people complain about jury duty, I understand the annoyance. But I also want to shake them and say it matters. It matters desperately. Someone's entire life is in your hands. Take it seriously. More seriously than I did. I don't know what happens next. Marcus has appeals pending, but they'll probably be denied. I'll keep advocating for reform, but it won't help him. I'll keep going to therapy and trying to process the guilt, but it won't go away. This is my life now, living with the knowledge that I did something I can't undo, something terrible, and having no way to fix it. So that's my confession. I served on a jury and voted to convict someone I now think was innocent. He's in prison for life. I'm in prison with my guilt. Neither of us is getting out. The only difference is he didn't do anything to deserve his sentence. I did. I made the choice. I have to live with it. This is what civic duty looks like from the other side of the verdict. It's not heroic or noble. It's carrying the weight of consequences you can't escape. Welcome to my nightmare. The hardest moments are random. I'll be at the grocery store and see a young black man and think of Marcus. Wonder if people look at him with suspicion the way we looked at Marcus. Wonder if he's afraid of the justice system the way Marcus probably was before his arrest. I see his face in strangers, and it haunts me. The guilt follows me everywhere. I can't escape it, because I shouldn't escape it. My family knows something is wrong. My husband asks why I'm so distant, why I wake up at night, why I'm obsessed with criminal justice reform. I've told him about serving on the jury, but not about the doubts. He thinks I'm being overdramatic, that I did my job and should move on. He doesn't understand that you can't move on from possibly destroying an innocent life. He thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am. My kids notice too. I'm not as present. I'm distracted at dinner. I forget things. My 16-year-old daughter asked if I was okay. I wanted to tell her the truth. Explain that sometimes adults make decisions that haunt them. But how do you explain to your child that their mother might have helped imprison an innocent person? That the justice system they're taught to trust is broken? I couldn't burden her with that knowledge. So, I lied and said I was fine. Work has suffered. I make mistakes in spreadsheets because I'm not concentrating. I miss meetings because I'm lost in thought about the trial. My boss has noticed. She pulled me aside and asked if everything was all right at home. I said yes. She suggested I take some time off. Clear my head. I took a week off and spent it researching Marcus's case more, looking for anything I'd missed. I found nothing helpful. Just confirmation that the case was weak, and we convicted anyway. I've read every article about wrongful convictions I can find. The Innocence Project cases, the National Registry of Exonerations, individual stories of people who spent decades in prison for crimes they didn't commit. Some were eventually exonerated. Most weren't. They just served their time, or died in prison, while insisting on their innocence. The system failed them completely. The system failed Marcus. I learned about the barriers to exoneration. Even when new evidence emerges, courts are reluctant to overturn convictions. There's a legal doctrine called finality. Once a case is decided, it's supposed to stay decided unless there's overwhelming proof of error. The burden is on the convicted person to prove innocence, not on the state to prove they got it right. That's backwards, but it's the law. Marcus would need smoking gun evidence to get out. He doesn't have it. I've thought about jury nullification, the idea that juries can acquit, even when evidence suggests guilt, if they believe the law is unjust or the prosecution is wrong. It's controversial, but it's happened throughout history. In Marcus's case, I wish I'd known about this option. Maybe I could have refused to convict even if other jurors wanted to, but I didn't know. I thought our only job was to evaluate evidence objectively. Nobody told us we had the power to say no to the whole process. The appeals process has been painful to watch from a distance. Marcus filed appeals claiming ineffective assistance of counsel and insufficient evidence. All denied. The appellate courts said the trial was fair and the evidence was sufficient for a jury to convict. They didn't say he was definitely guilty, just that the conviction was legally sound based on the trial record. There's a difference between legally sound and actually just. I'm learning that difference the hard way. I found out Marcus's mother visits him every month. She drives 6 hours each way to the prison, sits in a visiting room for 1 hour with her son, then drives 6 hours home. She does this every month and has for 3 years. She believes he's innocent. She's never stopped fighting for him. I can't imagine her pain, watching her son go to prison for something she knows he didn't do, and knowing the jury didn't believe him. 12 strangers decided her son was a murderer, and there's nothing she can do about it. I've wanted to contact her, apologize, tell her I have doubts. But what good would that do? It would just make her angrier at the system, give her false hope that maybe something could change. And I can't promise anything will change. I'd be unburdening my guilt onto her grief. That's selfish. So, I haven't contacted her, but I think about her often. The prosecutor in the case has been promoted. She's now a senior prosecutor in the DA's office. She's known for her high conviction rate. Marcus's case was part of building that reputation. I've watched interviews with her. She's confident and articulate. She believes in her work. She probably believes Marcus is guilty. She presented the case, and a jury agreed with her. Why would she doubt herself? But I wonder if she ever thinks about the cases where she might have been wrong. If she loses sleep over the possibility that her convictions aren't always correct. Probably not. That would make the job impossible. The judge has since retired. I found out he had a reputation for being tough on crime. Pro-prosecution. Defense attorneys apparently didn't like appearing before him because he rarely gave defendants the benefit of the doubt. He allowed evidence that probably should have been excluded. He overruled defense objections consistently. The trial was conducted properly from a legal standpoint, but proper doesn't mean fair. The judge created an atmosphere where conviction was the expected outcome. I've learned that our jury was not representative of the community. We were mostly white, mostly middle class, mostly older. Marcus was young, black, working class. We didn't represent his peers. The Sixth Amendment supposedly guarantees a jury of your peers. But in practice, juries rarely reflect the defendant's community. We brought our biases and assumptions. We saw Marcus through our cultural lens. That affected how we interpreted evidence and evaluated his testimony. I didn't realize it at the time, but I see it clearly now. The deliberation process haunts me most. We started with a show of hands. 8 guilty, 3 undecided, 1 not guilty. I was undecided. We discussed the evidence. The guilty votes were loud and confident. They made compelling arguments. The holdouts, including me, were less certain, less articulate about our doubts. Slowly, we were persuaded. The 1 not guilty vote changed to undecided after an hour. The undecided votes shifted to guilty over the next few hours, including mine. I was the 11th vote. The last holdout gave in 30 minutes later. We wanted to go home. We wanted to be done. So, we convicted. If even one of us had held firm, it would have been a mistrial. The prosecution would have had to try the case again. Maybe with better evidence. Maybe with a different outcome. Or maybe they would have accepted a plea deal. Something less than life in prison. Marcus would have had another chance, but we didn't give him that chance. We gave in to group pressure and the desire to end deliberations. That decision condemned him. I've read Marcus's letters multiple times. I've kept every one. There are 7 now. He writes about prison life, the dehumanization, the violence, the loneliness, The way time stretches endlessly when you have no release date to hope for. He writes about other inmates he's met who also claim innocence. Some are probably lying, but some might be telling the truth. The prison is full of people the system failed. Marcus is one of many. That doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. The scope of injustice is overwhelming. He writes about his dreams. He dreams he's outside, walking down a street, eating at a restaurant. Normal things. He wakes up in his cell and realizes it was just a dream. Those are the hardest days. When reality sets in again. He's written that sometimes he wishes he'd never wake up from those dreams. That staying asleep would be better than waking to another day of wrongful imprisonment. Reading that destroyed me. I helped create that suffering. Me and 11 other people who thought we were doing the right thing. I've started donating money to his commissary account. Anonymously, inmates can use commissary funds to buy basic necessities and small comforts. Better food, toiletries, writing supplies. It's not much, but it's something. I can't give him back his freedom, but I can make his imprisonment slightly more bearable. It's a pathetic gesture. Guilty conscience money. But I do it anyway because doing nothing feels worse. The anniversary of the verdict was a few months ago. 3 years since we convicted him. I didn't mark it in any special way, but I thought about it all day. 3 years of Marcus's life gone. He's now 27. He went in at 24. His 20s are being stolen. His entire adult life so far has been pretrial detention and imprisonment for something he probably didn't do. The waste of it breaks my heart. His potential, his dreams, his life, all taken based on weak evidence and biased interpretation. I've thought about what justice would actually look like. If Marcus is innocent, justice would be immediate release and compensation, acknowledgement of the error, accountability for those who failed him. But that won't happen. The system doesn't admit mistakes easily. Even clear, wrongful convictions take years to overturn. Compensation is inadequate when it comes at all, and nobody faces consequences for putting innocent people away. Not prosecutors, not police, not judges, not juries. We're all protected by the system we serve. If Marcus is guilty, which I increasingly doubt, then justice has been served. A murderer is in prison. The victim's family has closure. Society is safer. But I can't shake the feeling that we got it wrong. Every time I review the evidence, it seems weaker. Every time I think about the trial, I see more problems. My certainty has inverted. I was unsure then, but convinced myself to vote guilty. I'm certain now that we shouldn't have convicted. But my certainty now doesn't help Marcus. He's still in prison regardless of my doubts. The weight of this follows me everywhere. I see news stories about crime and think about whether the right person was arrested. I see police investigations and wonder about mistakes. I see trials reported and question whether juries are getting it right. I've lost faith in the system I once trusted. That loss of faith is appropriate. The system doesn't deserve blind trust. It deserves scrutiny and skepticism and demands for better. But living without faith in justice is exhausting. Everything seems uncertain. Truth feels unreachable. I question everything now. My therapist suggested I might have PTSD from the experience. The intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, the hypervigilance about justice issues, the guilt. It's trauma. Being part of potentially wrongful conviction has traumatized me. That seems self-centered. Marcus is the victim. I'm just experiencing guilt and consequences. But trauma isn't rational. It doesn't care about who suffered more. I'm traumatized by what I participated in. That's real, even if it's also selfish to focus on. I wonder if other jurors feel this way. If any of them have doubts. If any of them lose sleep. Or if I'm alone in this. Maybe they've moved on. Maybe they never think about Marcus. Maybe they're certain we did the right thing. I'll never know. We're not supposed to discuss it. Jury deliberations are secret. I can't reach out and say, "Do you ever doubt what we did?" It's lonely carrying this knowledge alone. The only comfort, if you can call it that, is that I'm doing something. Volunteering, advocating, supporting reform, donating to Marcus, writing about the experience, trying to prevent future wrongful convictions. It's not enough. It doesn't undo the harm, but it's better than doing nothing. Action helps ease guilt, even if it doesn't eliminate it. I'm trying to be part of solutions instead of just part of problems. That's all I can do. So, that's where I am. 3 years after voting to convict someone I now believe is innocent, living with guilt and doubt and no clear path to redemption. Trying to be better. Trying to do better. Trying to live with myself despite what I've done. It's not working great, but I'm trying. For Marcus, for the system, for myself. I'm trying. That has to count for something, even if it's not enough. Even if it's nowhere close to enough. Story 7. I signed up for a sleep study 6 months ago because I needed the money. They were offering $500 for 3 nights of sleeping in their lab while hooked up to monitoring equipment. Easy money, or so I thought. What I discovered during those 3 nights changed everything I thought I understood about dreams, consciousness, and the nature of reality itself. The study was being conducted at a private research facility on the outskirts of Seattle. The lead researcher was Dr. Sarah Chen, a neuroscientist who specialized in sleep and consciousness studies. When I arrived for my first night, she explained that they were testing a new brain imaging technology that could map neural activity during REM sleep with unprecedented detail. The setup was more elaborate than I expected. I'd be sleeping in a room that looked like a comfortable bedroom but was filled with monitoring equipment. Sensors would be attached to my scalp, chest, and fingers to track brain waves, heart rate, breathing, and other vitals. But the key piece of technology was something Dr. Chen called the Dream Mapper, a helmet-like device that would record my neural patterns during dreams. She explained that dreams had always been studied indirectly. We could see when someone was dreaming based on REM sleep patterns, and we could ask them about their dreams when they woke up. But we'd never been able to see the actual content of dreams in real time. The Dream Mapper was supposed to change that. The first night was routine. I fell asleep around 11 p.m., had various dreams I barely remembered, and woke up at 6 a.m. feeling well-rested. Dr. Chen seemed pleased with the data they'd collected and asked me detailed questions about what I remembered dreaming. I described fragments of dreams, the usual surreal nonsense that doesn't make much sense when you try to articulate it. But then Dr. Chen showed me something on her computer. It was a video, grainy and distorted, but recognizable. She said this was a reconstruction of one of my dreams, created from the neural patterns the Dream Mapper had recorded. I watched myself walking through a house I didn't recognize, opening doors, looking for something. It was exactly what I remembered dreaming, but seeing it played back as an actual video was deeply unsettling. Dr. Chen explained that the Dream Mapper worked by interpreting the visual cortex activity during dreams and translating it into images. It wasn't perfect. The resolution was poor, and some details were lost, but it was the first time anyone had successfully recorded the actual visual content of a dream. I asked if this meant she could see everything I dreamed. She said theoretically yes, though the technology was still developing. Some dreams came through clearly. Others were too fragmented or abstract to reconstruct. But with refinement, they hoped to create a comprehensive map of the dreaming mind. The second night was when things got strange. I fell asleep normally, started dreaming, and found myself in a place I'd never seen before. It was a vast library, shelves stretching infinitely in all directions, filled with books. I was walking through the aisles when I heard a voice. "You're not supposed to be here yet." I turned and saw a woman I didn't recognize. She was maybe in her 30s, wearing ordinary clothes, looking at me with a mixture of surprise and concern. I asked her where here was. She said I was in the archive, the place where all dreams are stored. Most people visited without remembering, wandering through unconsciously. But I was lucid, aware that I was dreaming, and that was unusual. She introduced herself as Elise. She said she was a librarian, one of many who maintained the archive. I asked what the archive was for. She explained that dreams weren't random neural fireyings like scientists thought. They were actual experiences happening in a different layer of reality, and the archive was where all those experiences were cataloged and preserved. I told her that sounded like mystical nonsense. She smiled and said she understood my skepticism. Most people who became lucid in dreams dismissed the archive as a dream itself, just their subconscious creating an elaborate metaphor. But she insisted it was real, and she could prove it. She led me deeper into the library and pulled a book from a shelf. She opened it and showed me pages filled with text and images. She said this was a record of a dream someone had last week. A man in Tokyo who dreamed about flying over his city. The book contained every detail of that dream, archived and preserved. She showed me more books. Dreams from people across the world, across time. A child in 1950s America dreaming about monsters under the bed. A woman in ancient Rome dreaming about her wedding. Every dream ever dreamed, recorded in this impossible library. I asked why. What was the purpose of archiving dreams? Elise said dreams were important. They were how consciousness explored possibilities, processed experiences, and connected to other minds. The archive preserved all of that, maintained the collective dreaming knowledge of humanity. She said I was there because Dr. Chen's technology had accidentally made me more aware during dreams. The dream. Mapper was supposed to record dreams passively, but it was also amplifying my lucidity, making me conscious of the archive in ways most dreamers weren't. Elise warned me that continued exposure to the dream mapper might make it permanent. I could become fully lucid every time I dreamed, unable to return to normal, unconscious dreaming. Some people would consider that a gift, but it came with challenges. Being aware in dreams meant experiencing them fully, remembering everything, and that could be overwhelming. I woke up suddenly, pulled out of the dream by Dr. Chen gently shaking my shoulder. She looked concerned. She said my brain activity had spiked in unusual ways during that last dream, patterns she'd never seen before. She asked what I'd been dreaming about. I hesitated, then described the archive and Elise. Dr. Chen took notes, nodding professionally, but I could tell she thought it was just typical dream weirdness. She didn't believe it was anything more than my imagination. But then she showed me the dream mapper reconstruction of that dream. The grainy video showed me walking through a library, talking to a woman. Everything I'd experienced was there in the recording. Dr. Chen commented that it was remarkably coherent for a dream, unusually structured and consistent. I asked if the technology could prove whether the archive was real or just in my head. Dr. Chen said that was philosophically complicated. Even if the archive existed, we'd only be seeing my brain's interpretation of it. We couldn't verify external reality through internal experience. The third night, I was nervous. I wasn't sure I wanted to become permanently lucid in my dreams, but I'd committed to the study, and I needed the money. I went to sleep with the dream mapper on, wondering if I'd return to the archive. I did. The moment I started dreaming, I was back in the library. Elise was waiting for me. She said we didn't have much time. Dr. Chen's technology was drawing attention from the archive administrators. They didn't like the idea of the dreaming world being monitored and recorded by waking world technology. I asked who the administrators were. Elise said they were people who'd learned to live permanently in dreams, who'd given up their waking lives to maintain the archive full-time. They were protective of the boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness, worried that technology like the Dream Mapper could blur that boundary in dangerous ways. She said the administrators wanted me to stop participating in the study. If I continued, they'd take measures to block my access to the archive. I'd go back to normal unconscious dreaming, forgetting about this place entirely. I asked why they cared what I did. Elise explained that I was becoming a bridge between the dreaming world and the waking world. Through me and the Dream Mapper recordings, Dr. Chirchin was getting glimpses of the archive, even if she didn't recognize what she was seeing. If the technology improved, if more people became lucid through its use, the archive could be discovered by waking consciousness, and that would change everything. I asked what would happen if the archive was discovered. Elise said it would probably be exploited. People would try to use it for profit, entertainment, control. The pure purpose of dreams, to explore and process and connect, would be corrupted by waking world motivations. But she also said I had a choice. I could continue the study, help develop the technology, potentially reveal the archive to waking consciousness. Or I could stop, preserve the boundary, keep the dreaming world separate and protected. Before I could answer, the dream changed. I was suddenly in Dr. Chen's lab, but everything was wrong. The equipment was melting, the walls were shifting, reality was unstable. A figure appeared, one of the administrators Elise had mentioned. They looked human, but wrong, too symmetrical, too perfect, like an ideal of a person, rather than an actual person. The administrator told me I'd interfered enough. The Dream Mapper was an intrusion, and my lucidity was an accident that needed to be corrected. They were revoking my access to the archive, returning me to normal dreaming. I'd forget everything, would believe it had all been elaborate dreams, nothing more. I protested. I said I deserved to know the truth about dreams, about the archive, about consciousness. The administrator said some truths weren't meant for waking minds. Dreams were a gift, but they required separation from waking reality to function properly. By bridging that gap, I was risking damage to both worlds. I woke up gasping, the Dream Mapper feeling heavy on my head. Dr. Chen was there immediately, checking my vitals, asking if I was okay. I told her what I'd experienced. The administrator, the warning, the threat to make me forget. She listened carefully, then showed me the Dream Mapper recording. It was chaos. Images, overlapping and distorting. Nothing coherent. She said my brain activity had gone wild during that dream. Patterns that suggested some kind of seizure or neurological event, though all my other monitors showed I was fine. Dr. Chen said we should stop the study. Whatever was happening with me and the Dream Mapper wasn't normal, and she didn't want to risk my health. I agreed, relieved and disappointed at the same time. I went home that morning with my $500 and a head full of impossible memories. Over the next few days, I tried to make sense of what I'd experienced. Had the archive been real? Was Elise an actual entity? Or just my subconscious creating a narrative to explain the strange effects of the Dream Mapper? I decided to test it. I started keeping a dream journal, writing down everything I remembered when I woke up. And I practiced lucid dreaming techniques, trying to become consciously aware during dreams. Without the Dream Mapper, it took weeks. But eventually I succeeded. I became lucid in a dream naturally, without technology, and I found myself back in the archive. Elise was there, surprised to see me. She said most people couldn't reach the archive through lucidity alone. It usually required either the Dream Mapper's amplification or years of practice. She asked why I'd come back. I said I needed to know if this was real, if the archive actually existed, or if my brain was just very good at creating consistent dream narratives. Elise said she couldn't prove it to me in a way that would satisfy waking skepticism. The archive existed in dream reality, which followed different rules than waking reality. But she offered me something. If I wanted, I could train to become a librarian like her. I could learn to navigate the archive, to help maintain it, to understand the true nature of dreams. It would require commitment, regular lucid dreaming, possibly giving up some of my waking life to spend more time here. I asked what being a librarian actually meant. Elise showed me her work. She cataloged dreams, organized the endless books, helped lost dreamers find their way. She also monitored the boundary between sleeping and waking, watching for intrusions like the dream mapper, protecting the archive from exploitation. She said most librarians had started like me, accidentally becoming lucid, discovering the archive, and choosing to stay. Some maintained normal waking lives, while serving as part-time librarians. Others had gradually shifted their focus, spending more and more time in dreams, until they rarely woke at all. I asked about the administrators, the ones who'd threatened me. Elise said they were librarians who'd gone further, who'd learned to exist permanently in dream reality. They'd given up their physical bodies, which were maintained in comas or sleep states somewhere, while their consciousness lived full-time in the archive. This was the choice I was facing. I could return to normal life, stop trying to lucid dream, let the memories of the archive fade until they seemed like just unusual dreams. Or I could pursue this, train as a librarian, learn to navigate dream reality with full awareness. I told Elise I needed time to think. She understood. She said the archive would always be here, and if I decided to return, she'd help me train. But she also warned me that the more time I spent here lucid, the harder it would be to go back to unconscious dreaming. I'd be changing myself fundamentally, becoming someone who lived in two realities instead of one. I woke up and spent the next month trying to live normally. I went to work, spent time with friends, tried to convince myself that the archive was just dreams, nothing more. But every night when I fell asleep, I'd find myself there. Sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously, but always in that vast library with its infinite shelves. I started researching sleep and dreams more seriously. I found references to similar concepts across cultures and throughout history. The Tibetan concept of dream yoga, where practitioners train to remain conscious during sleep. The Aboriginal Australian idea of the dream time, a parallel reality accessed through dreams. Ancient Greek and Roman beliefs about the prophetic nature of dreams and the gods who governed the dream realm. These weren't identical to the archive, but they suggested I wasn't the first person to experience dreams as more than random neural activity. Throughout history, people had found ways to become lucid, to explore dream reality, to discover that sleeping consciousness was more complex than waking science assumed. I reached out to Dr. Chen and asked if she'd continued working on the dream mapper. She said yes. The technology was progressing. They were planning a larger study with more participants. She asked if I'd be interested in participating again, said my unique responses to the technology had been valuable. I said yes, not because I needed the money this time, but because I wanted to see what would happen. Would the dream mapper give other people access to the archive? Would Dr. Chen's recordings start showing consistent evidence of a shared dream space? The new study was more extensive. 20 participants instead of just me, all sleeping in separate rooms, but monitored simultaneously. Dr. Chen wanted to see if there were common patterns in dreams across different people, if the dream mapper could detect shared dream elements. On the first night of the new study, I became lucid almost immediately. I was in the archive, but it was crowded. I could see other dreamers wandering through the library, most of them unconscious, moving like sleepwalkers through the shelves. but a few were lucid, aware of where they were, looking around in confusion or wonder. Elise found me and said this was unprecedented. The dream mapper was making multiple people lucid simultaneously, bringing them all to the archive at once. The administrators were alarmed. This was exactly the kind of intrusion they'd feared. As if summoned by her mention, several administrators appeared. They didn't look happy. One of them addressed all the lucid dreamers, the ones who were aware enough to understand. They said the dream mapper was disrupting the natural boundary between sleep and waking. By forcing lucidity on people who weren't ready, it was creating instability in the archive. They gave us an ultimatum. We could each choose to continue using the dream mapper and lose our ability to access the archive, returning to unconscious dreaming permanently. Or we could abandon the technology and potentially train as librarians, learning to reach the archive through natural lucidity. Several of the dreamers looked confused, clearly not understanding what was happening, but a few seemed to get it. I recognized one of them, a woman named Maya, who I'd seen in Dr. Chen's lab. She stepped forward and asked the administrators if the archive was real, if dreams were actually shared experiences. The administrator said reality was subjective. The archive was real in dream terms, which made it as valid as waking reality, just different. Dreams and waking were two sides of consciousness, both legitimate, both important, but requiring separation to function properly. The dream mapper threatened that separation. It was bringing waking world scientific observation into the dream realm, trying to measure and record something that existed beyond measurement. If the technology progressed, it could damage both worlds, making dreams less free and creative, and making waking consciousness less grounded and stable. Maya asked what would happen if we ignored the ultimatum. The administrator said the archive would protect itself. Anyone who continued using the dream mapper would find their dreams becoming chaotic and disturbing until they stopped. The technology would seem to malfunction, showing only nightmare imagery and distorted data. I made my decision in that moment. I told the administrator I'd stop using the dream mapper, but I wanted to train as a librarian. I wanted to learn to navigate the archive properly, to understand this dream reality on its own terms, rather than through waking world technology. The administrator studied me for a long moment, then nodded. Elise would be my guide. I could begin training immediately. I woke up and told Dr. Chen I was withdrawing from the study. I said the dream mapper was giving me severe nightmares, making it impossible to sleep normally. She was disappointed but understanding. She said several other participants had reported similar issues, unusual anxiety, and disturbed sleep. The study was suspended 2 weeks later. Too many participants were having negative reactions. Dr. Chen published a paper about the preliminary findings, noting that the dream mapper technology seemed to have unexpected psychological effects that required more research before continuing. I never told her the real reason the study failed. I never explained about the archive or the administrator's intervention. She wouldn't have believed me anyway. From her perspective, it was just a technology that happened to cause negative side effects in test subjects. But I knew the truth. The archive had protected itself, had made the dream mapper appear to malfunction, had prevented waking technology from fully breaching the dream realm. I've been training with Elise for 6 months now. Every night I become lucid and spend time in the archive, learning its structure, understanding how dreams work, beginning to grasp the vast complexity of sleeping consciousness. I've learned that the archive isn't just a library. It's a meeting place for dreaming minds across all time and space. When you dream, your consciousness enters this shared realm, interacting with other dreamers, drawing from the collective experience stored here. Most people do this unconsciously, experiencing it as random dream imagery. But with training, you can navigate the archive deliberately, accessing specific memories, connecting with specific dreamers, exploring the infinite possibilities that sleeping consciousness can create. I'm not ready to become a full librarian yet. I still value my waking life, my job, my relationships. But I've found a balance, spending my nights in the archive and my days in ordinary reality, living fully in both worlds. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just taken the money and walked away after the first sleep study. My life would be simpler if I still believed dreams were just random neural activity. But I can't unknow what I've learned. I can't go back to unconscious dreaming, to experiencing sleep as empty time between waking moments. I've discovered that consciousness doesn't turn off when we sleep. It goes elsewhere, to a place that's just as real as waking reality, just operating by different rules. And now that I know that place exists, now that I can navigate it deliberately, I can never be satisfied with just waking life again. The archive is real. Dreams are real. And if you learn to become lucid, to remain aware when you fall asleep, you can find it too. The vast library where all dreams are stored, where all sleeping consciousness connects, where the true nature of dreams reveals itself. Just don't try to bring waking world technology into it. Don't try to measure and record and scientifically validate what exists beyond scientific measurement. The archive will protect itself, and you'll be left with nothing but disturbed sleep and failed experiments. But if you approach dreams with respect, with a willingness to experience them on their own terms, the archive will open to you. Elise and the other librarians will welcome you, and you'll discover that consciousness is far vaster and stranger than you ever imagined. I'm writing this from my waking life, but tonight when I sleep, I'll return to the archive. I'll continue my training, learn more about the dream realm, maybe help catalog some of the infinite dreams that fill those endless shelves. And if you're reading this, and you've ever become lucid in a dream, if you've ever wandered through impossible spaces while sleeping and felt like you were in a real place rather than just a mental hallucination, you might have visited the archive without knowing it. Pay attention tonight when you dream. Look for the library. Look for the librarians. We're there, maintaining the archive, protecting the boundary, welcoming those who find us through genuine curiosity rather than intrusive technology. Dreams are real. The archive exists. And consciousness is so much more than what we experience while awake. Sweet dreams. And maybe, if you're ready, I'll see you in the archive. Story 8. I'm 29 years old, and until 6 months ago, I thought I knew my family history. Turns out I knew absolutely nothing. My grandmother on my mother's side died last year at the age of 89. I'd never met her, never even seen a photo. Whenever I asked about her growing up, my mom would get this tight look on her face and say they weren't close and change the subject. My dad would just shake his head and leave the room. It was clearly a sore subject, so eventually I stopped asking. When I was a kid, I assumed she'd done something terrible. Maybe she was abusive, or abandoned the family, or something equally awful that would explain the total cutoff. As I got older, and my mom still refused to talk about it, I figured maybe it was drugs or crime or mental illness. Something shameful that my mom couldn't bring herself to discuss. I made peace with never knowing and moved on with my life. Then, last November, I got a call from a lawyer in a small town in rural Montana that I'd never heard of. He informed me that my grandmother had passed away and that I was named as the sole beneficiary in her will. I was shocked. This woman I'd never met, who my family refused to acknowledge, had left me everything she owned. The lawyer said it wasn't much, just a house and some personal effects, but I needed to come out to Montana to handle the estate. I told my mom about the call. Her reaction was strange. She didn't seem sad exactly, more resigned. She said I should do what I wanted, but she wouldn't be coming with me. When I asked why she and Grandma had been estranged for so long, she just said it was complicated and that I'd understand when I got there. That response made me more curious than anything she could have said. I flew out to Montana in December. The town was tiny, maybe 2,000 people, surrounded by mountains and forests. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone and strangers stand out. The lawyer met me at his office, which was basically a converted house on Main Street. He handed me the keys to my grandmother's property and gave me directions. He seemed uncomfortable, like he wanted to say something but wasn't sure if he should. I asked him what was wrong, and he just said I should see the house first and then come back if I had questions. The drive to the property took about 20 minutes outside of town. It was a dirt road that wound through dense pine forest. I almost missed the turnoff because there was no mailbox or sign, just a gap in the trees. The driveway was overgrown but passable. After about a quarter mile, I came to a clearing and saw the house. Except it wasn't just a house. It was an entire compound. There were 5 buildings total. The main house was a large 2-story log structure that looked like it had been built in the 1970s. Surrounding it were 4 smaller cabins, arranged in a semicircle. All of the buildings were well maintained, despite clearly being decades old. There was a huge garden area, now dormant for winter, and what looked like a root cellar built into a hillside. Solar panels on every roof, a large woodshed stacked full of split logs, a chicken coop, currently empty. This wasn't just a house. This was a homestead designed for serious self-sufficiency. I used the key to open the main house. The interior was immaculate, like my grandmother had just stepped out. The furniture was simple, but well made, a lot of it clearly handcrafted. Bookshelves lined every wall, packed with books on everything from organic farming to wilderness survival to alternative medicine. The kitchen was huge, with an old-fashioned wood stove, alongside a modern electric one. Canning jars filled with preserved foods lined the pantry. This woman had been prepared for anything. I started exploring, opening drawers and closets, trying to piece together who my grandmother had been. In the bedroom, I found photo albums. Lots of them. I sat on her bed and started looking through them. The early photos showed a young woman who looked like my mom, in 1960s clothing, smiling at the camera. There were pictures of her with a man I assumed was my grandfather, though I'd never met him either. Photos of a baby, my mom, growing up in what looked like a normal suburban setting. Then the photos changed. Suddenly there were pictures of this property, under construction in what looked like the mid-1970s. Photos of my grandmother, now with long hair and wearing flowing dresses, working on building the cabins. But she wasn't alone. There were other people in the photos, lots of other people. Men and women, all young, all dressed in similar hippie-style clothing. Group photos of 20 or 30 people posed in front of the main house. Everyone smiling, everyone looking happy and healthy. It hit me then. My grandmother had run a commune. This wasn't just a homestead. It was a full-on 1970s commune. I kept looking through the photos and found evidence of a thriving community. Pictures of communal meals with long tables full of people. Photos of children, lots of children, playing in the clearing. Images of people working in the gardens, building structures, sitting in what looked like group meetings. My grandmother appeared in many of the photos, often at the center, clearly a leader of some kind. I found journals next, dozens of them, meticulously kept from 1973 to just a few months before her death. I started reading, and the full story emerged. My grandmother had been part of the Back to the Land movement in the early 1970s. She'd convinced my grandfather to leave their suburban life and start a commune in Montana. He'd apparently agreed, at least initially. They'd bought this property and started building. The early journal entries were idealistic and excited. They talked about creating a new way of living, free from capitalist oppression and environmental destruction. They attracted like-minded people, and within 2 years had a community of about 40 adults and 15 children living on the property. They grew their own food, homeschooled the kids, made their own clothes, the whole 9 yards. My grandmother wrote about how fulfilled she felt, how this was the life she was meant to live. But there were problems. My grandfather apparently hated it. He'd gone along with the plan, but couldn't adapt to communal living or physical labor. The journals mentioned fights between them, his drinking, his resentment. Then there was an entry from 1975 that simply said he'd left and taken my mom with him. She was 7 years old. My grandmother wrote about being devastated, but also determined to continue the community. She believed my mom would come back when she was older, and understood. My mom never came back. The journals documented my grandmother's attempts to maintain contact, letters sent and returned unopened, phone calls refused. Eventually, legal action from my grandfather threatening harassment charges if she didn't stop. My grandmother was heartbroken, but respected the boundaries. She wrote about hoping that someday my mom would reach out on her own terms. She never did. The commune continued through the 1980s, though, with declining numbers. People left to pursue careers or start families in more conventional settings. By 1990, it was down to just my grandmother and 3 other original members. By 2000, she was alone. But she stayed. She kept the property running, maintained all the buildings, continued the gardens. She wrote about how the land itself had become her family, how she couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Reading these journals, I realized my grandmother wasn't some crazy cult leader or abusive parent. She was an idealist who'd made a choice my mom couldn't forgive. She'd chosen a lifestyle and community over her marriage, and, from my mom's 7-year-old perspective, over her daughter. I could understand both sides. My grandmother believed she was creating a better world. My mom felt abandoned for a bunch of hippies and a piece of land. I spent 3 days at the property, reading every journal, looking at every photo, exploring every building. I found the cabins had been maintained even though nobody lived in them anymore. Each one was furnished and ready for occupancy, like my grandmother still hoped people would come back. I found letters she'd written, but never sent to my mom, expressing love and regret, but also conviction that she'd made the right choice for herself. It was heartbreaking. I also found financial records that shocked me. My grandmother had been wealthy. Not rich, exactly, but comfortable. She'd inherited money from her own parents in the 1980s and invested it wisely. She could have lived anywhere, in any comfort she wanted. She chose to stay in rural Montana, in a house she'd built with her own hands, living simply by choice, not necessity. That somehow made it more real. She wasn't fleeing poverty or limited options. She genuinely believed in the life she'd built. The lawyer explained the rest when I went back to his office. The property was paid off, worth about $400,000 given the acreage and buildings. There was another $200,000 in investment accounts, all of it now mine. But there was a condition. The will specified that the property couldn't be sold for at least 10 years. I could live there, rent it out, let it sit empty, whatever. But I couldn't sell it. My grandmother wrote in the will that she hoped I'd spend time there and understand why it meant so much to her before making any permanent decisions. I asked the lawyer why she'd left everything to me instead of my mom. He said she'd told him that my mom had made her feelings clear, and leaving her anything would just be hurtful. But a grandchild she'd never met might be more open-minded. She'd been following my life from a distance through public records and social media. She knew I was creative, worked in an environmental nonprofit sector, seemed interested in sustainability. She thought maybe I'd appreciate what she'd built, even if my mom never could. I flew back home with copies of the journals and a head full of conflicting emotions. I told my mom everything I'd found. She cried, which I'd rarely seen her do. She said she'd felt abandoned and that the commune people had been more important to her mother than she was. I showed her the letters that were never sent, the journal entries expressing love and regret. She read them all and cried harder. She said it didn't change how she felt as a 7-year-old, watching her dad pack their bags, while her mom chose to stay behind with strangers. We talked for hours. My mom explained her perspective, growing up feeling rejected and different from other kids whose grandparents sent birthday cards and visited for holidays. She'd built walls around the pain and convinced herself her mother was toxic and best forgotten. Finding out her mother had been following her life and had apparently cared deeply this whole time was almost worse than thinking she hadn't cared at all. It meant 40 years of potential relationship had been lost to pride and hurt on both sides. My dad's perspective was different. He'd always thought my mom should try to reconcile, but respected her boundaries. He admitted he'd been curious about my grandmother and what kind of person abandons their family for a commune. Seeing the journals and photos, he said he understood better. She hadn't abandoned them out of cruelty or neglect. She'd made an impossible choice between two lives she couldn't reconcile. It didn't make it okay, but it made it human. I've been going back and forth about what to do with the property. Part of me wants to sell it as soon as the 10 years are up and use the money for my own life. Another part of me is fascinated by what my grandmother built and wants to preserve it. I've started visiting every few months, staying for a week or two at a time. The property is peaceful, in a way my city life never is. I've started reading her books on sustainable living and trying my hand at the gardens in summer. The more time I spend there, the more I understand the appeal. There's something deeply satisfying about growing your own food, maintaining your own shelter, living in harmony with the land. I get why she chose this life, even when it cost her everything. I don't know if I could make the same choice, but I respect it more than I did at first. Modern life is comfortable but often feels hollow. The commune lifestyle was hard, but meaningful. There's value in that, even if it's not for everyone. I've also been researching the Back to the Land movement and communes of that era. Most of them failed within a few years. Interpersonal drama, lack of resources, impractical idealism. The fact that my grandmother kept hers going for nearly 20 years and maintained the property for another 30 alone is actually remarkable. She was clearly an organized and capable person, not just a dreamer. The property proves that. Everything works. The systems she set up are still functional decades later. Some of the former commune members have reached out since word got around that I inherited. A few still live in Montana, others scattered across the country. They've all had positive things to say about my grandmother. She was apparently a fair leader, a hard worker, someone who truly believed in the principles she preached. None of them had a bad word to say about her. Several mentioned feeling guilty that they'd left and she'd stayed alone. They'd offered to come back and help as she got older, but she'd declined, saying the commune phase was over and she was content with solitude. One woman, now in her 70s, told me she'd been a teenager at the commune, and my grandmother had been like a second mother to her. She said my grandmother had taught her gardening, carpentry, how to can food, how to live independently. She'd gone on to become a successful organic farmer and attributed much of her knowledge and work ethic to those years. She cried when she talked about my grandmother and said the world had lost a special person. It was strange, hearing someone speak so lovingly about this woman my own mother couldn't stand to mention. I asked my mom if she'd want to visit the property with me. She said no, very firmly. She'd made peace with her past by cutting it off, and she wasn't interested in reopening old wounds. She said if I wanted a relationship with my grandmother's memory and legacy, that was fine, but she wouldn't participate. I respect that. Everyone processes family trauma differently. Some people need to confront it. Others need to leave it buried. Neither approach is wrong. My therapist, who I started seeing after all this came to light, says I'm working through inherited family trauma. I'm trying to reconcile two contradictory narratives about the same person. My mom's narrative of abandonment and my grandmother's narrative of principled choice. Both are true. Both are valid. A person can be simultaneously a bad mother and a good human being. They can hurt the people they love while living according to their deepest values. It's complicated and messy, and there's no easy resolution. I've decided to rent out some of the cabins as artist retreats and writing residences. People who want solitude and inspiration can come stay for a week or a month. Use the space to create. Experience the lifestyle my grandmother loved. It feels like a way to honor her legacy while making the property financially sustainable. The main house I'm keeping for my own use. I work remotely so I can spend extended periods there. I'm slowly learning the skills she mastered: gardening and preservation and basic construction. There's something deeply connecting about living in a house your grandmother built with her own hands. I feel her presence in the careful joinery of the cabins, in the thoughtful layout of the gardens, in the books she chose and annotated. I'm getting to know her through her belongings and her land in a way I never could have through conventional grandparent-grandchild relationship. It's strange and sad and beautiful all at once. I found a letter she wrote to me specifically, sealed in an envelope with my name on it in her personal papers. The lawyer said she'd added it to the estate documents a year before she died. In it, she introduced herself, explained her choices, expressed hope that I'd find meaning in the property, even if I didn't agree with everything she'd done. She wrote that she'd followed my life from afar and was proud of the person I'd become. She hoped I'd forgive her for the pain her choices had caused my mother, and that maybe I'd find some value in what she'd built. She signed it, "Love, your grandmother Elizabeth," and I cried reading it because it was the first and only communication I'd ever have from her. The community I've built through the artist retreats is small, but growing. I've had writers, painters, musicians, people seeking quiet and space to work on their crafts. They all comment on the peaceful energy of the place. Some have mentioned feeling the presence of something or someone benevolent. I don't know if I believe in that sort of thing, but the property does have a special quality. Maybe it's just good design and beautiful location. Maybe it's something more. Either way, people leave feeling inspired and refreshed. I've started documenting the history of the commune, interviewing former members, digitizing the photos, transcribing the journals. I'm thinking about writing a book, or maybe making a documentary. The story of idealistic young people in the 1970s trying to build utopia is relevant again. Lots of people today are questioning capitalist systems and looking for alternative ways to live. My grandmother's experiment has lessons both positive and cautionary for modern people asking the same questions. The financial aspect has changed my life in practical ways. The rental income from the cabins covers the property taxes and maintenance. The investment accounts provide a safety net I never had before. I'm not rich, but I'm secure in a way I wasn't a year ago. It's strange to think that a grandmother I never met provided more financial support than my own parents could afford. I'm grateful, but it's bittersweet. Money can't replace relationship. I'd trade the inheritance for having known her. My mom and I have grown closer through this process, ironically. Talking about her childhood and her mother has opened conversations we never had before. She's shared stories about her early life that I'd never heard. Some are painful, memories of feeling like she didn't matter as much as the commune. Others are surprisingly positive, memories of loving grandparents who raised her after she and my grandfather left Montana. She's a complicated person, processing complicated feelings. I love her more for being honest about it all. I think about the choices we make and how they ripple through time. My grandmother chose ideology over family and spent 50 years living with that choice. She built something remarkable, but paid a huge price. My mom chose to cut off her mother completely, and also paid a price in lost relationship and unresolved pain. I'm choosing to engage with my grandmother's legacy while respecting my mom's boundaries. What price I'll pay for that remains to be seen. Maybe none. Maybe I'm healing fractures instead of creating them. The property will be mine to sell in another 9.5 years. I honestly don't know what I'll do. Part of me wants to keep it forever, maintain what she built, continue her work in some form. Part of me knows that's not practical long term. I have my own life and career. But for now, I'm grateful for this unexpected inheritance. Not the money or the land, though those matter. The real inheritance is knowing this woman who was erased from my family history, understanding that people are complex and family trauma doesn't have simple villains and victims, learning that you can disagree with someone's choices and still respect their conviction. So that's my story. My estranged grandmother left me her commune property, and through her journals and belongings, I discovered a woman my family never talked about. She wasn't a monster or a saint. She was a person who made hard choices and lived with the consequences. I'm still figuring out what this all means for me and my future. But I'm grateful for the mystery, the complexity, the unexpected connection to a past I never knew existed. Life is strange, and families are complicated, and sometimes the people we never meet shape us more than we realize. If there's a lesson here, maybe it's that everyone has a story, and it's worth understanding people's contexts before judging their choices. My mom was right to feel hurt. My grandmother was right to live her truth. Both things can be true. I'm just the lucky recipient of a second chance to know someone through what they left behind. It's not perfect, but it's something. And sometimes, something is enough. Story 9. I'm 35 years old, and I thought I knew my family history. I was wrong. Last month, I was helping my parents renovate their backyard when we discovered something buried under the old patio. A metal box, rusted but intact, with 1987 scratched into the lid. My parents went pale when they saw it. They tried to brush it off as nothing important, just old junk they'd buried as a joke. But their reaction told me it was more than that. Against their wishes, I opened it. What I found inside has destroyed my understanding of who my parents are, and I don't know how to process it. My parents are Bob and Linda. They're in their early 60s now, retired, living in the same house in suburban Ohio, where they raised me and my sister. They've always seemed normal, boring even. Dad worked in insurance. Mom was a teacher. They went to church on Sundays, hosted barbecues, volunteered in the community. Model citizens, model parents. I never had any reason to question their past or suspect they were hiding anything significant. That was naive. The renovation was supposed to be simple. Replace the old concrete patio with a nice deck. During demolition, the contractor's jackhammer hit something metal about 2 feet down. We dug it out carefully. A lockbox, approximately 1 foot by 1 foot, heavy. The lock was rusted shut. My dad said to just throw it away. My mom agreed very quickly. Too quickly. Their eagerness to dispose of it made me suspicious. I said I wanted to open it first, see what was inside. They both protested, but couldn't give a good reason why. That made me more determined. I took the box home. It took bolt cutters and some effort, but I got it open that evening. Inside was a collection of items that made no immediate sense. A stack of newspaper clippings from 1986 and 1987. Several Polaroid photographs. A journal with about 30 pages of handwriting. A necklace. A driver's license belonging to someone named Sarah Mitchell. And a small plastic bag containing what looked like dried blood on a piece of cloth. My hands were shaking as I laid everything out on my kitchen table. I started with the newspaper clippings. They were all about the same story. A young woman named Sarah Mitchell, who'd had gone missing in February 1987. She was 19 years old, a college student, last seen leaving a party. Massive search efforts, police investigation, grieving family begging for information. The articles spanned several months. The case went cold. Sarah was never found. Reading about it made me uncomfortable. Why did my parents have a collection of articles about a missing woman? What was her driver's license doing in their buried time capsule? The photographs were disturbing. They showed a young woman who matched the description from the news articles. Sarah, presumably. But these weren't just random photos. They were surveillance-style pictures. Sarah at a coffee shop. Sarah walking to her car. Sarah through a window of what looked like her apartment. Someone had been following her and documenting it. The photos were dated on the back. January and February 1987. Weeks before she disappeared. I felt sick looking at them. Someone had stalked this woman. And that someone had buried the evidence in my parents' backyard. The journal was written in handwriting I didn't recognize. Not my mom's or dad's. The entries started in December 1986 and ended in March 1987. They detailed an obsession with Sarah. The writer had noticed her on campus, become infatuated, started following her. They wrote about her routines, her friends, her boyfriend. They wrote about wanting to talk to her but being too nervous. They wrote about fantasies of them being together. As the entries progressed, the tone got darker. Anger that she didn't notice them. Resentment about her boyfriend. Possessive language about her belonging to them. The final entry was dated March 3rd, 1987, 2 days after Sarah was reported missing. The final entry was chilling. It's done. She's finally mine. No one else can have her. No one will ever find her. We'll be together forever now. I've buried all the evidence, the photos, the clippings, everything that could connect me. In 20 years, I'll dig it up and remember this perfect moment. Until then, it's our secret. The entry was signed with initials. R.B. My father's initials are R.B. Robert Baker. My mother's initials are L.B. Linda Baker. I stared at those initials for a long time, my mind refusing to accept what I was seeing. I didn't sleep that night. I kept going through everything, trying to find an alternative explanation. Maybe the box had been buried by someone else on the property before my parents bought it. But they'd bought the house in 1985 and built the patio in 1986. The box was buried after that. Maybe someone else had buried it in their yard without them knowing. That seemed impossible. The box was deliberately placed. Someone knew it was there. The way my parents reacted when we found it confirmed they knew. I called my sister Emma the next morning. She's 2 years younger than me. I asked her what she knew about 1987, about anything strange from that time period. She said she was a baby and didn't remember anything. I asked if our parents had ever mentioned knowing anyone named Sarah Mitchell. She said no. Why? I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the box yet. I said I was just curious about something. She thought I was being weird, but let it go. I researched Sarah Mitchell's disappearance more thoroughly. The case was never solved. She was declared legally dead in 1994, after 7 years. Her body was never recovered. Her family spent decades searching for answers. Her mother died in 2010, still not knowing what happened to her daughter. The case was featured on some unsolved mysteries shows in the 90s. Police had no strong suspects. A few persons of interest were investigated, but nothing conclusive. The case file was still open, but cold. No new leads in decades. I looked at my father differently. Robert Baker. Bob. R.B. In 1987, he would have been 25 years old. He and my mom had married in 1986. I was born in 1989. He was working for an insurance company, living a normal life while apparently hiding a terrible secret. Could my father be a murderer? The journal writer talked about killing Sarah, burying her, keeping her forever. The evidence was all there in the box, unless this was some elaborate frame job, which seemed far-fetched. I confronted my parents 3 days later. I brought the box to their house and laid everything out on their dining room table. I said we needed to talk. They looked at the items and both went very still. My dad sat down heavily. My mom started crying. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. Finally, I said someone needs to explain this right now. Who wrote the journal? Why do you have Sarah Mitchell's license? What do you know about her disappearance? My dad spoke first. He said I needed to understand something about him before I judged. In college, he struggled with mental health issues, obsessive thoughts, intrusive fantasies, difficulty connecting with people. He developed an unhealthy fixation on a classmate, Sarah Mitchell. He never talked to her, but he followed her, collected information about her, convinced himself they had a connection. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't stop. The obsession consumed him for months. He said when Sarah disappeared, he was questioned by police because he'd been seen around her apartment. He told police he'd noticed her around campus, but didn't know her. They checked his alibi for the night she vanished. He'd been at work late. His boss and coworkers confirmed it. Security cameras at his workplace showed him there until 11 p.m. Sarah was last seen at 9 p.m., and police estimated she was taken shortly after. His alibi was solid. He wasn't involved. Police moved on to other suspects. He was never charged or seriously considered, but he'd panicked after being questioned. He had all this evidence of his obsession. The photos he'd taken, the clippings he'd saved, the journal where he'd written his disturbing thoughts. If police found any of it, his alibi wouldn't matter. He'd look guilty. So he buried it. Made it disappear. Figured 20 years later he could dig it up and destroy it properly. Except he never did. He'd buried it and tried to forget. Built a normal life on top of that hidden darkness. My mom knew. They'd been dating when this happened. He'd confessed everything to her after the police interview. She'd helped him bury the box. She'd kept his secret all these years. She said she believed him when he said he didn't hurt Sarah. She said the obsession was a mental health issue, not criminal intent. He'd gotten therapy. He'd become a better person. The man who buried that box wasn't the man she'd married and built a life with. She'd chosen to focus on who he became, rather than who he'd been. I didn't know what to say. My father admitted to stalking a woman who later disappeared and was likely murdered. He'd buried evidence of his obsession. He'd hidden this from everyone, including his children, for nearly 40 years. My mother had been complicit. They'd built their normal life on top of this terrible secret, and they wanted me to just accept their explanation and move on. I asked the obvious question. Did you kill her? My dad looked me in the eye and said no. He said he understood why I'd doubt him, but he was not involved in her disappearance. His obsession was in his head, not acted upon beyond the stalking. When she vanished, he was as shocked as anyone. He said it was terrible timing, being obsessed with someone who then disappeared. It made him look guilty. But correlation isn't causation. He was fixated on her, but he didn't hurt her. I wanted to believe him. He's my father. I've known him my entire life. He's been kind and supportive and present. Nothing about his parenting or behavior suggested he was capable of violence. But killers hide in plain sight. Normal people commit terrible crimes. How well can you really know someone if they're capable of hiding something this big? I was torn between loyalty to my father and the disturbing evidence I'd found. I asked what he thought happened to Sarah. He said he didn't know. He said after the police cleared him, he stopped paying attention to the case. It was too painful and reminded him of his mental health crisis. He'd moved on with his life. He assumed police would find whoever was responsible eventually. They never did. He said he felt guilty about that sometimes. If he'd paid more attention to who else was around her, maybe he could have helped the investigation. But he'd been so focused on his own obsession, that he hadn't noticed actual danger. My mom said they understood if I couldn't forgive them. She said they should have told me and Emma when we were adults. But they didn't know how. How do you tell your children that their father stalked someone? That both parents hid evidence? That your family is built on secrets and shame? They'd taken the coward's way out and said nothing. They'd planned to take the secret to their graves. Finding the box forced everything into the open. I took the box home and didn't speak to my parents for 2 weeks. I needed time to process. I kept researching Sarah's case. I looked into my father's alibi more carefully. Found articles from 1987 that mentioned him briefly as someone questioned and cleared. His workplace alibi was public record, multiple witnesses, security footage. Unless there was a massive conspiracy, he really wasn't at the scene when Sarah disappeared. That should have been comforting, but I kept thinking about reasonable doubt versus certainty. I talked to a lawyer, explained the situation hypothetically without names, asked about legal obligations. The lawyer said if I believed my father was involved in a serious crime, I had a moral obligation, if not a legal one, to report it. But if I genuinely believed he wasn't involved, and the evidence was just proof of creepy obsession, there was no requirement to report. Stalking in 1987 was less clearly illegal than it is now. The statute of limitations had long passed anyway. The only relevant crime would be murder. But without evidence of involvement in murder, there was nothing to report. I struggled with what to do. Turn over the box to police? They could reopen the investigation with this new information. Maybe it would lead somewhere. Maybe they'd find Sarah's body and give her family closure. But it would also destroy my father. Even if he's innocent of murder, his obsession would be public. His reputation would be ruined. Our family would be humiliated. Was I willing to sacrifice my family for a cold case where my father probably wasn't involved? I thought about Sarah's family. Her mother had died without answers. She had siblings who were still alive, still wondering what happened to their sister. They deserved the truth. If this evidence could help find Sarah, or identify her killer, didn't I have an obligation to come forward? But what if coming forward destroyed my father for no benefit? What if the evidence led nowhere, and we just ruined our family for nothing? I talked to Emma. I couldn't keep this from her anymore. I showed her everything. She was horrified. She refused to believe Dad could hurt anyone. She said the obsession was disturbing, but that's all it was. She said we needed to protect our family. If there was solid evidence of involvement, that would be different. But there wasn't. Just proof that Dad was weird and creepy in 1987. That's not worth destroying everything we've built. She wanted to bury the box again, literally or figuratively, and never speak of it. I consulted with a private investigator. Again, hypothetically. I described the evidence without identifying anyone. The PI said police would definitely be interested, but whether it led anywhere was uncertain. Stalking evidence from a tatitit, victim suggests the stalker could be involved but doesn't prove it. With a solid alibi, your suspect walks. Without additional evidence tying him to the actual abduction or murder, the stalking is just creepy context. The PI said the most valuable items would be the journal for handwriting analysis and the blood sample for DNA testing if it belonged to Sarah. The blood. I'd almost forgotten about it. The piece of cloth with dried blood in a plastic bag. Whose blood was it? My father said he didn't know. He said he'd found it in the parking lot near where Sarah was last seen. He'd picked it up thinking it might be evidence, but then kept it when he buried everything else. He said it probably had nothing to do with Sarah's disappearance, just a coincidence. But if it was her blood, that would place her in that location and possibly provide evidence about her attacker if any other DNA was present. I couldn't decide. So, I've done nothing. It's been 6 weeks since I opened the box. The items are hidden in my closet. My parents are waiting to see what I'll do. Emma is pretending nothing happened. I'm paralyzed by indecision. Every option seems wrong. Turn in the evidence and potentially destroy my father for something he might not have done. Keep quiet and potentially deny Sarah's family answers they deserve. Destroy the evidence and eliminate the choice. None of these feel right. I've been having nightmares. I dream about Sarah, about her last moments, about someone taking her. I dream about my father being involved. I dream about being complicit by staying silent. I wake up feeling guilty, regardless of what I've decided in the dream. There's no peace in any option. I'm trapped by this knowledge and this evidence and this impossible decision. My relationship with my parents has changed. I can't look at my father the same way. Every interaction is filtered through what I know. When he hugs me, I wonder about those hands and what they might have done. When he laughs at dinner, I think about him writing that disturbing journal. When he talks about the past, I wonder what else he's hiding. The easy comfort of our relationship is gone. I don't know if it can be recovered. My mom tries to act normal, but she's watching me, waiting to see if I'll betray them. She's afraid I'll go to police. She's asked me multiple times what I'm planning to do. I say I don't know. She says she understands this is hard, but I need to consider the consequences for the whole family. My sister, my niece and nephew, my parents' grandchildren. Do I want them growing up with this scandal? Do I want to be responsible for destroying their innocent lives? It's emotional manipulation, but it's also a real consideration. I researched Sarah more, looked for photos beyond the news articles, found her social media memorial pages maintained by friends. She looked so young. She had dreams. She wanted to be a teacher. She loved photography. She had a dog named Buster. Reading about her as a real person, rather than a cold case, made everything harder. This wasn't abstract. This was a girl with a life and family and future. Someone took that from her. If my father didn't do it, someone else did, and got away with it. The killer is still out there, possibly living normally like my father, possibly having buried their own time capsule of secrets. The statistical probability weighs on me. Most murder victims know their killer. Most stalking cases escalate to violence. My father was stalking Sarah, and then she disappeared. The correlation is damning, even if his alibi is solid. Could the alibi be wrong? Could the timeline be off? Could he have been involved even with the workplace security footage? I've thought through every possibility. I keep coming back to the fact that his alibi was verified by police at the time. It's hard to fake security footage and multiple witness statements, but people have been wrongly cleared before. Police make mistakes. Investigations miss things. I'm not a detective. I don't know what I don't know. Maybe there's something about his alibi that doesn't hold up under scrutiny. Maybe police in 1987 were less thorough than they should have been. Maybe I'm obligated to at least give modern investigators a chance to review the evidence with fresh eyes and better technology. DNA testing in 1987 was primitive. Now it's much more sophisticated. That blood sample could be tested properly. I've written this all out because I need perspective. I need someone outside my family and my tortured thoughts to tell me what to do. What would you do in my position? If you found evidence suggesting your parent might have been involved in a decades-old crime, would you protect your family or pursue justice? Would you believe their denials or trust the damning evidence? Would you risk destroying everything for a case that might not even be solved? Sarah Mitchell disappeared 38 years ago. Her killer was never found. Her body was never recovered. Her family never got closure. I have evidence that might help, or might just cause pain for everyone involved. My father says he's innocent, and his alibi supports that. But he stalked her and buried evidence, and kept a terrible secret for decades. I don't know what that makes him. I don't know what it makes me if I stay silent. I think about Sarah every day. I think about my father every day. I think about right and wrong, and family loyalty, and justice. There's no answer that feels good. Every path forward is painful. Doing nothing is a choice, but it's also a failure. Doing something might be worse. I'm stuck in this moral dilemma with no clear exit. My parents want me to bury the box again, put it back where we found it, and forget I ever opened it. Return to normal. Protect the family. I understand the appeal. Life was easier before I knew this secret. But I can't unknow it. The innocence is gone. Whether I turn over the evidence or destroy it, or keep it hidden, I'm making a choice. There's no neutral option. Inaction is action. Silence is complicity. But so is destruction of innocent lives. How do you weigh competing obligations to truth, justice, and family? So that's where I am. Sitting on evidence about a cold case. Uncertain if my father is innocent or guilty. Unable to decide what to do. Writing this to strangers, hoping someone has wisdom I don't. If you were me, what would you do? If this was your family, your father, your decision, how would you choose? There's no right answer. I know that. But maybe there's a less wrong answer. I just haven't found it yet. Time keeps passing. Sarah stays missing. My father stays free. My family stays anxious. The box stays hidden in my closet. And I stay paralyzed by the weight of this knowledge. Eventually, I'll have to decide. Eventually, I'll have to act, or deliberately choose not to act. But not yet. For now, I'm just existing in this horrible limbo, where all options are bad, and the best I can hope for is choosing the least destructive path. That's my life now, living with impossible knowledge and impossible choices. I opened a time capsule and found a nightmare. I wish every day that I'd just thrown it away like my parents asked. Story 10. I'm a long-distance cyclist, and last summer I decided to bike across Kansas as part of a cross-country trip. I'd mapped out my route carefully, planned my stops, knew where every town and rest area should be. What I didn't plan for was discovering a town that exists in physical space, but apparently not on any map, GPS system, or official record. It happened on my 4th day, cycling through Kansas. I'd left a small town called Heston around 6 a.m, heading east on Highway 50. According to my map, the next town was Newton, about 40 miles away. I had plenty of water and supplies for the ride, and the weather was perfect. Clear skies, light breeze, temperature in the low 70s. About 20 miles into the ride, I saw a road sign I wasn't expecting. It said, "Welcome to Millbrook, population 1,847. I stopped and checked my map. There was no Millbrook between Heston and Newton. I checked my GPS. No town marked in this location. I pulled out my phone and searched for Millbrook, Kansas. Nothing came up except references to towns in other states. But the sign was real. I could touch it. And beyond the sign, I could see buildings. The actual town, with streets and houses and what looked like a small downtown area. I'd been cycling for hours without seeing another person or vehicle, and I was curious. I decided to take a detour and check it out. The town was beautiful in an old-fashioned way. Main Street had brick buildings that looked like they were from the early 1900s. All well-maintained. There was a diner, a hardware store, a pharmacy, a movie theater with a vintage marquee. Everything looked functional and inhabited, but I didn't see anyone around. I parked my bike outside the diner and went inside. The place was clean, tables set with napkins and silverware, but empty. No customers, no staff. I called out hello. No response. I walked behind the counter and found the kitchen. Coffee was brewing, still warm. Food was prepped like someone was about to start cooking breakfast. But no people. I went back outside and walked down Main Street. Every building was the same, clearly in use, recently occupied, but currently empty. The hardware store had merchandise neatly arranged. The pharmacy had prescriptions waiting behind the counter with names and dates from last week. The movie theater was showing a film I'd never heard of, and the show times indicated there should be a matinee starting in 2 hours. I tried knocking on doors of houses on the side streets. No one answered, but through windows I could see furnished homes, toys in yards, cars in driveways, all the signs of normal life except for the people living it. I spent 3 hours exploring Millbrook. The town had everything you'd expect. A school, a library, a post office, a fire station. The library was unlocked, and inside I found books checked out with due dates, a librarian's desk with a half-finished cup of tea, a computer logged into the catalog system. Everything suggested people had been there recently and would be back soon. But the weirdest part was the post office. I found letters and packages addressed to residents of Millbrook, all with proper addresses and zip codes. But when I looked up the zip code on my phone, it didn't exist. The addressing system followed U.S. postal conventions perfectly, but the numbers didn't correspond to any real zip code. I took photos of everything. The welcome sign, the empty streets, the insides of buildings. I wanted evidence that this place existed because I was already doubting my own eyes. How could an entire functioning town not be on any map? Around 2 in the afternoon, I decided I needed to leave. I'd wasted enough time on this mystery, and I needed to make it to Newton before dark. I got back on my bike and headed for the highway. But when I tried to leave Millbrook, I couldn't find my way out. The road I'd come in on was gone. In its place was just more residential street. I rode around trying to find the highway, but every road seemed to loop back into town. After an hour of increasingly panicked riding, I stopped in the town square and tried to calm down. That's when I noticed the monument in the center of the square. I'd walked past it earlier, but hadn't stopped to read the inscription. It was a memorial for something called the Vanishing, dated July 15th, 1952. The names of 1,847 people were carved into the stone. According to the inscription, these people had disappeared on that date, and the monument was erected in their memory. I counted the names. Exactly 1,847. The same number as the population on the welcome sign. And the date, July 15th. I checked my phone. It was July 14th. Tomorrow would be the anniversary of whatever the Vanishing was. I was getting seriously scared now. I'd stumbled into a town where everyone disappeared 72 years ago, and I couldn't find my way out. I tried calling for help, but my phone had no signal. I tried accessing the internet. Nothing. My GPS still showed my location as empty space between 2 towns. As the sun started setting, I made a decision. I'd spend the night in the town, get rest, and try to find my way out in the morning with fresh eyes and better light. I went back to the diner, found supplies in the kitchen, and made myself dinner. It felt wrong eating food that belonged to someone else, but I was hungry and didn't have much choice. That night, I slept in one of the houses on Main Street. I chose one that looked particularly welcoming, with a fronted porch and rocking chairs. Inside, it was like a time capsule from the 1950s. Original furniture, vintage appliances, black and white TV. But also signs of recent habitation. Modern magazines from last month. Fresh food in the refrigerator. A calendar on the wall, with appointments marked for this week. I couldn't sleep well. Every sound made me jump. I kept expecting someone to come home and find me in their house. But no one came. The night was absolutely silent. No crickets, no distant traffic, no wind, just oppressive silence. Around 3 in the morning, I heard music. Faint, coming from outside. I looked out the window and saw lights in the downtown area. Not streetlights, but lights in the buildings. The diner was lit up, the hardware store, the movie theater, and I could hear what sounded like people. Voices, laughter, the sounds of a town coming to life. I should have stayed inside. Every horror movie I'd ever seen told me not to go investigate mysterious sounds in a strange place at 3 in the morning. But I was desperate for human contact, for confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. I left the house and walked toward Main Street. The town was full of people. Not modern people, but people dressed in 1950s style. Women in full skirts and pearls, men in suits and fedoras, teenagers in Letterman jackets and poodle skirts. They were going about normal activities, eating in the diner, shopping in the stores, chatting on street corners. A completely normal small-town scene, except it was 3 in the morning and everyone was from 70 years ago. I walked up to a man standing outside the hardware store. I asked him where I was, what was happening. He looked at me strangely and said I was in Millbrook, same as always. He asked if I was all right, said I looked confused. I asked him what year it was. He laughed and said, 1952, was I feeling well? I backed away and bumped into a woman carrying shopping bags. She apologized, smiled, and kept walking. Everyone could see me, interact with me, but they thought it was 1952. I asked several people about the vanishing, about what happened on July 15th. No one knew what I was talking about. They said July 15th was just another day. Nothing special planned. I went to the library, thinking maybe I could find information there. A librarian was at the desk. A young woman who greeted me cheerfully. I asked if she had newspapers from the future, from after 1952. She looked confused and said newspapers only report the past, not the future. I asked if she had any information about the town disappearing. She said Millbrook had been here since 1903 and wasn't going anywhere. I spent hours in that library going through everything I could find. Town records, newspapers, books about local history. Everything stopped at July 14th, 1952. There was nothing dated after that. It was like the entire town was frozen in a loop, endlessly living the days before the vanishing, without knowing what was about to happen. Around 6 in the morning, the people started to fade. Not disappear suddenly, but gradually become less solid, less present. By 7 a.m., they were gone completely, and the town was empty and silent again. The lights were off, the buildings were locked, everything was back to the abandoned state I'd found it in. I understood what was happening. Millbrook had vanished on July 15th, 1952. All 1,847 residents had disappeared without a trace. But somehow, the town itself remained, caught in temporal loop. During the day, it existed as a ghost town, an empty shell from the present. But at night, it slipped back to the days before the disappearance, and the people returned, living out their last days over and over, without knowing they were already gone. I needed to get out before tonight, before July 15th arrived. I didn't know what would happen to me if I was still in Millbrook when the anniversary of the vanishing came, but I didn't want to find out. I spent the morning frantically searching for an exit. I tried every road, every path, every direction, but Millbrook seemed to exist in a pocket of space that had no connection to the outside world. Roads that should lead out just curved back into town. The landscape beyond the town limits was visible, but unreachable, like looking through a window you couldn't open. By afternoon, I was exhausted and terrified. I sat in the town square, staring at the memorial, trying to figure out what to do. That's when I noticed something carved at the base of the monument. Small letters, easy to miss. They said, "To leave, you must stay until the end." I didn't understand what that meant, but I was out of options. As the sun set on July 14th, I prepared myself for another night with the ghostly residents of Millbrook. The people appeared on schedule, the town came to life, and I walked among them trying to stay calm. I talked to as many people as I could. I learned their names, their stories, their daily routines. They were normal people. Farmers, shopkeepers, teachers, students. They had dreams and problems and relationships. They were excited about the weekend coming up, about a town dance planned for July 16th, about summer vacation and harvest season and all the normal things people in small towns think about. None of them knew they had less than 24 hours before they'd all disappear, and I couldn't tell them. Every time I tried, the words wouldn't come out. It was like something prevented me from warning them about their fate. As midnight approached, marking the transition from July 14th to July 15th, 1952, I positioned myself in the town square near the memorial. The people were starting to gather, I noticed. More and more residents were walking toward the square, though they didn't seem to know why. They just drifted in that direction, chatting casually, but with an undercurrent of confusion about what was drawing them together. By 12:01 a.m. on July 15th, the entire population of Millbrook was in the square. All 1,847 people, according to the memorial. They stood looking at each other, murmuring, wondering what was happening. Some were scared. Others were laughing nervously. No one understood why they'd all felt compelled to gather here in the middle of the night. Then the sky changed. It wasn't quite light, wasn't quite dark. A strange, gray luminescence that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The people noticed it, pointed up, gasped, and then they started to fade. Not gradually like they'd faded earlier that morning in my time, but quickly, evenly, all together. They were disappearing, and they knew it. I could see the terror on their faces, hear their cries. They reached for each other, grabbed hands, held tight. Families clustered together. The young librarian who'd helped me was holding hands with an older woman who must have been her mother. The man from the hardware store had his arm around a woman and 2 children. In less than a minute, they were gone. All of them. The square was empty except for me. The strange light faded, and normal darkness returned. I stood there shaking, having just witnessed the event that had created this temporal loop 72 years ago. Then I felt movement beneath my feet. The ground was shifting. Reality was reorganizing. The memorial in front of me started to change. New words appeared beneath the original inscription. And one witness, who stayed until the end, who saw and remembered. The town started to dissolve around me. Not violently, but like it was exhaling, releasing itself from the loop. Buildings faded, streets disappeared. The entire constructed reality of Millbrook unraveled. Within minutes, I was standing in an empty field with just the memorial remaining, and I could see the highway, my original route, right where it should be, just 100 yards away. The memorial stood between me and the road, solid and real, while everything else had vanished. I walked to the memorial and read the full inscription. It now told the complete story. How, on July 15th, 1952, the entire town of Millbrook had vanished during a mysterious event. How the town had existed in a temporal loop since then, endlessly, repeating the days before the disappearance. And how on July 15th, 2024, a witness had stayed until the end, had seen the final moments, and by witnessing, had allowed the loop to finally close. My name was carved at the bottom. I touched the letters, feeling the stone beneath my fingers, proof that all of this had been real. I got back on my bike and rode to Newton. I arrived around noon, exhausted and emotionally destroyed by what I'd experienced. I tried to tell people about Millbrook, about what I'd seen. No one believed me. They said there had never been a town called Millbrook in Kansas. I showed them my photos, but when I looked at my phone, the images were gone. All of them, like they'd never been taken. I searched online for any mention of Millbrook or the vanishing of 1952. Nothing. No historical records, no newspaper articles, no conspiracy theories, nothing. It was like the town had been erased from history, along with its physical presence. I went back 2 weeks later. Drove instead of biked. Retraced my route exactly. I found the spot where the welcome sign had been. There was nothing there, just empty Kansas prairie. I drove around for hours, looking for any trace of the town. No roads, no buildings, no memorial. Nothing but grass and sky. But I know what I saw. I know I spent 2 days in Millbrook. I know I watched 1,147 people disappear into whatever took them. And I know that by staying until the end, by witnessing their final moments, I somehow gave them release from the loop they'd been trapped in. Sometimes I wonder where they went. The people of Millbrook, when they faded from that town square, where did they go? Did they die in that moment? Or did they transition to somewhere else? Were they aware of the 72 years they spent in a loop? Or did it feel like one continuous night? I'll never know. But I think about them often. The librarian with the kind smile, the hardware store owner with his family, the teenagers excited about a dance they'd never attend, all the normal people living normal lives until something impossible happened and removed them from existence. Except they didn't completely cease to exist. For 72 years, they lived on in a temporal loop, repeating their last days. And I think my being there, my witnessing the end, gave their existence meaning. Someone saw. Someone remembered. Someone carried their story forward, even though history had erased them. I still ride long distances, still explore back roads and forgotten highways. But I'm more careful now about towns that don't appear on maps, because I've learned that some places exist in the cracks, in the spaces between what is and what was. And sometimes, those places need a witness. Someone to see what happened, to remember what was lost, to close the loop that keeps the past from resting. If you're ever cycling or driving through Kansas, and you see a sign for a town that's not on your map, think carefully before you stop. You might be about to become part of a story that needs an ending. You might be the one person who can give peace to those who are trapped in time. Or you might just find an empty field and waste a few hours looking for something that never existed. But I know what I saw. I know Millbrook was real. And somewhere in the space between then and now, 1,847 people are finally at rest because someone stayed until the end and witnessed their last moment. That's my story. Believe it or don't. But if you ever find yourself in a town where the dates are wrong and the people are shadows, stay. Watch. Remember, you might be exactly what that place needs to finally let go and fade into the past where it belongs.